exchange. The white paper provides 7 key action areas for donors to focus their attention and efforts. During this 2-day assembly, we have an outstanding lineup of speakers. So before I hand over to our moderator, Henry, allow me to thank the platform secretariat for their amazing work in setting up this hybrid assembly, which was certainly not an easy task. And I also wish to thank all speakers for their availability, as well as all participants for joining us. I welcome all, also on behalf of my co-chair Tristan from Australia, and I wish us successful discussions. Let me now introduce our moderator, Henry Bonsu. Henry is an international broadcaster and media consultant. He worked as a broadcaster for BBC, Sky News, and others, and he has also moderated several conferences and events at the UN, African Union, Global Fund, and others. And he speaks German too, as I learned yesterday. So thank you very much for your attention, and Henry, over to you.
Vielen Dank, Konrad. Das war ja, ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen, aber ja, ich habe fast die Hälfte meines Deutsches vergessen. Ja, ich war nur Student, als ich Deutsch gelernt habe. Yeah, it's a long time ago since I learned German. I mean, I know you wouldn't believe it because of my youthful features, but I was a student back in the late 80s when I spent some time at the Goethe Institute in Sonnenstraße in München, eine Weltstadt mit Herz. So Munich, a world city with a heart, they tell me. But fantastic. Thank you very much indeed for that wonderful introduction, Konrad and Maurizio. Yes, I have moderated a couple of sessions for IFAD before and for the Global Donor Platform. I think most recently in April at the launch of the white paper co-written by Jim Woodhill, who's sitting there at the back, and previously for the Donor Platform's contribution to the Food System Summit back in September, but that was on Zoom, and here we are in 3 dimensions in glorious Technicolor. But also, I'm going to look directly at the camera because this is a hybrid situation, and I want those of you watching on your computers around the world to know that we are zusammen verbunden, as you would say, Konrad. We are connected together. Yes, come on, let's get some energy. And this is, although we have some big brains in the room, people of great distinction and great repute, we're also a fairly relaxed, informal bunch. So it's time to take off the jacket early. That's right. To show you there are no barriers here. We want to connect. We want to share. We want to leave nobody behind by leaving no good original thinking behind. Are you feeling me? Can I get a witness? Okay, I don't want to go too religious on you. Fantastic. Okay, so you'll probably know, if you received your background briefings, what some of the objectives are. We want to ask a number of questions over the next couple of days. So, for example, how can donors ensure that in-country investments align with country priorities and planning frameworks? That's one question. How can they align their global and regional approaches and interventions? Can we create joint initiatives for a critical mass of investment and reduced transaction costs? And how can global and regional initiatives be aligned? But we want to do this in a very engaging way so that we're not going to just leave 5 or 10 minutes at the end of every session for Q&A. If you have something that you think is highly relevant and needs to be said at that moment, catch our eye either online by using the chat box function or in the traditional way here in this room. And if we can, in a timely and respectful fashion, we will respond. So have a look at the running order. You'll see what we're going to try and do today. We're going to have 3 keynote setting presentations, which will be delivered from here and also online. Then we will have an opening panel, then a coffee break. Then we'll have some breakout rooms where we're going to try and take on some of the suggestions that have been delivered here in this room. Then we'll have a nice, hopefully nutritious and sustainable lunch, not too much carbohydrate, not too much carne, Maurizio, with too much meat here. Hopefully some good quality, sustainable greens. with the antioxidants that they provide us. And then we will come back to synthesize what we have discussed and hopefully originated in the earlier session. And then finally, before we close the session of day one, we will look at data, the all-important subject of data, and how we can optimize it so we make good decisions. So let's start us off with a country that is small in landmass by global standards. I mean, I come from the UK and Ghana. It's the size of Wales, I'm told, but densely populated and has made remarkable strides, especially over the last 28 years when it made news for all the wrong reasons. Rwanda is in the news a lot at the moment because it wants to be a global player, but it wants to have very good, solid food security. It is a beautiful, green, verdant land of 1,000 hills. And our first speaker comes from that country. She is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. She is responsible for agriculture and livestock. She has a background in food genetics as well. And she's going to tell us how Rwanda has responded to the food systems transformation challenge, including the role of national food systems transformation pathways. And she will also speak about how coordinated support from donors and international agencies can best assist countries. She's going to join us online, I believe, from the capital, Kigali, or as my Rwandan friend, Mr. Gasana tells me, Henry, it's not Kigali, it's Kigali. Dr. Agnes Kilibata, who used to be the Minister of Agriculture. Please, is that right? Is it Kigali, not Kigali? Kigali, fantastic. Your Excellency, Gerardine Mukeshimana, Honorable Minister of Agriculture for the Republic of Rwanda. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Please join us virtually. And you can please give her a round of applause. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, moderator. I was struggling to unmute myself, so thank you, organizers, for doing that for me. Dear Global Donor Platform for Rural Development co-chairs, Conrad and Armstrong, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to the annual General Assembly for Global Donor Platform for Rural Development. I have been asked to speak on implementing national pathways for food transformation to accelerate progress toward the SDGs in times of crisis and conflict, as it was introduced before. I will try to emphasize on the critical importance of national pathways for food system transformation in the face of this emerging global food and energy crisis. The recent conflict in Ukraine has raised concerns about food and energy prices throughout the world. The conflict has disrupted the global supply of several important agricultural commodities and production inputs that Ukraine and Russia produce and export in significant quantities, such as wheat, gas, fertilizers, and edible oils. This shock could not come at a worse time. Our economies and agricultural sectors are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused supply chain bottlenecks, commodity shortage, and fiscal pressures. Fertilizer prices are reaching record highs, casting a serious shadow on the future global harvests. Fuel prices have increased, raising additional concerns about essential services such as transport of commodities and irrigation. And wheat and edible oil prices are skyrocketing, creating stress among rural households, especially the poorest households who spend most of their income on food. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to offer some reflections on what we are doing in Rwanda to anticipate and mitigate the threats of the global food and price shocks. First of all, Rwanda is keeping its trade relations strong and open. We know that there may be a need for importing foods from our neighbors when national production does not sufficiently meet national consumption needs. Our foreign trade policy is very clear. It builds and strengthens the regional trade in East Africa and beyond for everyone's benefit. This is not the time to be closing borders for food trade. Second, Rwanda is investing in long-term solutions to strengthen our resilience to shocks. Our national plan for agricultural transformation recognizes that our future is in highly productive, high-value agriculture. We cannot strive on low-yielding farming in fragile agroecologies. Our small-scale farmers are being trained to gain the skills they need to be productive, but also to be able to market the crops and livestock for both domestic and export markets. And the Rwandan government is building necessary infrastructures, hard and soft, to create the enabling conditions for our farmers to succeed. But we recognize that this is not enough. We need more than just productive agriculture. We need a food system transformation. Rwanda is at the forefront of the global conversations about food system transformation. We have recently entered into a partnership with the World Economic Forum to set the global and regional secretariats on Food Action Alliance in Rwanda. As we journey toward a sustainable development, a set of 4 in our national transformation strategy, there are opportunities for our country's food system to become a key driver on that journey. This was highly discussed at length in national consultations that we have conducted in the run-up to the United Nations Food System Summit back in September 2021. We have always taken a food system perspective. At the national level, we are united in our efforts to improve diet quality and nutrition security, enhance livelihood equity, build our environmental resilience, boost agricultural productivity, and advance the infrastructure and financing and investment capacities that are needed to make all the above possible. Rwanda has also made concerted efforts to involve our development partners in contributing to our national visions, goals, strategy, and plans. In both the short and long term, global donors can use their resources to effectively support food system transformation and resilience. However, these resources available for country must be coordinated. It is very difficult for governments to accommodate the individual and competing priorities of individual donors. It can be very difficult for countries to try to fit each donor strategy into the existing policy framework. I believe it must be the opposite. Donors must find their niche within the country existing strategies, policies, and investment plans. In fact, in Rwanda, we coordinate this very closely, and we coordinate our partners' support through what we call the division of labor framework, where our different partners have been allocated different sectors where they play significant roles in the development of our country. For instance, in agriculture sector, we heavily rely on our agricultural sector working group platform to coordinate between the government and the development partners and all actors, donors, NGO, research institute, and our own implementing agencies. We are all to be present and be active in this working group. Quite simply, we cannot afford to be uncoordinated when the stakes are so high for Rwanda. For this reason, I would reiterate a key point about this annual General Assembly. The work of food system transformation is extremely context-specific, with no one-size-fits-all solutions. National pathways are therefore an essential piece of the food system puzzle, and donor coordination should go beyond global hubs with focus on strong harmonization at national and subnational levels. Since pathways for change will need to be nationally developed, cross-sectoral, inclusive, and locally owned. Dear participants, with these remarks, I wanted to thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for those remarks. And you were allocated a little bit more time than you've used, which is excellent. And it means you've set the tone, I think, for the rest of the meeting. And since you are there and smiling at me with that wonderful, warm, generous Rwandan smile, can I ask you a follow-up then, if that's okay? Please tell me what impact the greater coordination of the various partners that Rwanda is working with has had on your attempts to develop your own country-specific food systems transformation. Are you seeing, and let me use a metaphor, really positive yields already as a result of this closer alignment? I think, Your Excellency, you may be muted again. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I think for Rwanda, we have been implementing the donor coordination for a while. And this coordination has yielded significant benefits for our country. As I mentioned, we have specific partners that are associated with the agriculture sector, and we highly value their contribution, both in terms of ideas, participating in our planning, but also implementing. So I think as we see what is happening in the various sectors, being in agriculture, energy, infrastructure development, all of this is happening because we have been able to tell our partners in open, frank conversations that these are our plans, we want you to fit into this, and we want you to contribute this way. So, I mean, what do we see happening, the first development in agriculture, in energy, in infrastructure development? It is happening because we have been able to have frank conversations and have our partners to contribute in a significant way, but in a coordinated way, not scattering limited resources in a very disorganized way. So we see it happening. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much. You're getting the thumbs up from some of our colleagues around the room. Does anybody here, this is very brief, have a quick supplementary question or something they want to put to the Minister? Speak now or forever hold your peace. You're holding your peace. Honourable Minister, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Kigali. So how does the Rwandan example and Rwandan experience fit in with the wider research, what is known at the moment about how we move to a better coordinated way of transforming food systems? Remember the landmark summit that happened during the General Assembly in September last year. Well, I'm delighted to say our second keynote speaker is able to address that. She's well known to, I think, most of you in this room and hopefully online as well. She is part of the executive management team. She's a convener indeed, and managing director for research, delivery, and impact. And we were talking about the correct acronym for CGIR. Don't pronounce the A. I think they're going to rebrand quite soon, I think. And I'm delighted to say she joins us here physically in 3 dimensions in the room. Please welcome Dr. Claudia Sedoff. Claudia. And you can be warm with your love here in the Italian room. Thank you very much indeed.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, it is such a great honor to be here with you today in person at this annual General Assembly of the Global Donor Platform for Rural Development. I've been asked to help broadly set the scene today for this session that looks at how we can best support national food systems transformation pathways, how we can enhance donor coordination and effectiveness. Well, I think as we look at the big picture, one thing is very certain. There is now a very clear global consensus that far-reaching and sustainable transformation is needed across food, land, and water systems, and that this is truly essential. This understanding was in fact the trigger for the UN Food System Summit last year, and the fundamental trigger for the CGIR reforms that had begun a few years before. 2021 was really very much a turning point in terms of growing the global recognition of the need to invest in agri-food systems transformation so that they foster human development while at the same time reducing environmental impacts. The Food System Summit outlined that we will need to achieve healthy diets, decent wages for all across food systems, zero hunger, climate adaptation and mitigation, and the preservation of biodiversity and ecosystems all at the same time. We're truly asking a tremendous amount from our food systems. Following closely on the heels of the Food System Summit, COP26 showed an increasing willingness of the international community to support the generation of solutions that will reorient our food systems, the way that we produce and consume food to help keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. And we hope in the upcoming COP27 in Egypt that there will be an even greater focus on agriculture. Johan Rockström once said, there are 3 F's for climate change: fuel, food, and footnotes. We've spoken quite a lot in the climate community about fuel. We now need to think about food, and that growing recognition is with us today. And now, thanks to the GDPRD, we have a white paper that provides guidance on how we can better facilitate a coordinated transformation of the food systems. But colleagues, there's really no time to waste. This is a critical moment to catalyze and to coordinate the transformation of our food systems. Climate change, compounded by a biodiversity crisis and further shocks such as the pandemic and the Ukraine conflict, as we all know, are posing extremely high risks to our food systems. the worst drought in 40 years in the Horn of Africa, food security threatened in Tigray, extreme heat across South Asia. The recent G7 foreign ministers communique underlined the urgent need to address the issue with global food security as a top foreign policy objective. With the potential for imminent famine in some parts of the world, there is truly an immediate response needed, an immediate coordinated aid response. In Somalia alone, 45% of the country is categorized as in crisis, according to the IPC platform. Families in the most affected areas do not have enough to eat and are using crisis coping strategies to stave off hunger. But even as we confront these very urgent and immediate crises, we need not lose sight of our longer term goals either. The bigger picture strategic actions that have to underpin a sustainable transformation of our food, land, and water systems to build resilience against future shocks. So the G7 agricultural ministers communique highlighted that slowing down any of this important medium and long-term work in order to address short-term challenges will have negative consequences in the medium and longer term. So what do we need to do all this at once? In the 2020 Series 2030 report, it said that donors need to double investments to end hunger. When the report was published, we were already beginning to suffer the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which followed the first rises in hunger that we had seen in decades. The Ukraine conflict was a nightmare that few of us could have predicted or imagined. Shock piled upon shock. Do we need to reassess the multi-billion-dollar funding gap identified in the Series 2030 report? I think there's no question that these current events demand an even stronger response to mobilize responsible investment, and that this should come from both public and private sources. Business, formal and informal, provide the lion's share of financing of financial flows and job creation in the food sector. Private sector partnerships are an essential piece of the puzzle, fundamental to bridging the gap between innovation and uptake, use, and impact. The G7 agricultural ministers also spoke to the need for increasing public and private investment in agricultural research and innovation, mobilizing the global agricultural research system. There was a commitment to enhance research collaboration, voluntary knowledge sharing, and to strive to improve the interface between research, science, and policy. And the statement of action from the Food Systems Summit included recognition that we must also invest in research and innovation. A holistic and inclusive approach to innovation will be a vital enabler of food systems transformation. This means improving collaboration, involving vulnerable groups, creating partnerships and ecosystems, making much better use of data, as well as incorporating both new and traditional knowledge and technologies. According to the CGIAR-convened Commission on Sustainable Agricultural Intensification, investing in innovation could, over the next 10 years, end hunger, significantly cut global emissions, and generate more than $1 trillion in economic returns. But we need to catalyze that investment. The GDPRD has a key role to play in bringing together the main actors that are involved and clarifying the complexity of the donor landscape to drive a more efficient and coordinated, targeted investment response. This includes support for food systems coalitions, national pathways, and other initiatives that have emerged from and since the Food Systems Summit. CGIAR is already supporting ministries to draft their national pathways. In Vietnam, for example, our scientists are providing technical support to draft the Food Systems Transformation National Action Plan. Since 2019, we've been working with Ghana, Uganda, Senegal, Kenya, and Zambia on their long-term, low emissions and climate resilient development pathways. We're ready to provide additional support, including to the UNFSS Coordination Hub, where scientific capacity and knowledge can be applied to give a solid evidential base for these transformations. And to the issue of country focus, the CGIAR increasingly emphasizes positioning regions and countries as central dimensions of partnerships and impact, as the source of demand, as Minister Mukashimana was saying, and as the location of co-design and co-delivery. We're also exploring how CGIAR can better strengthen capacity and mobilize direct finance for national systems to meaningfully engage, contribute, and share capacity on our shared research agenda. The GDPRD has a strong and critical role to play in advocating at the level of member states to shape country transformation plans, to help bring us all together, to advocate for greater understanding and investment in food systems research and innovation, to confront an increasing set of urgent challenges, while at the same time steadfastly building resilience to future shocks. We cannot fail in this shared endeavor. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Claudia. Again, this is very good. On time and on budget. You took only 9 of your allocated 10 minutes. A very quick supplementary, which you can answer in 59 seconds to keep with the trend you've set. What is the key frustration that's blocking the good intentions that we're going to discuss here over the next 2 days and the good work you've been doing thus far with the likes of Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, etc.? What is the key blockage?
I think one of the key frustrations that we see is the inability or the slowness of taking the research findings, the innovations that have been created, adapting them appropriately to the contexts in which they need to be implemented, and ensuring that there can be uptake and impact in the places in which these innovations and these research breakthroughs have been made. There's so much that is known that could be adapted, uptaken, and have immediate results. This is the issue. It's the connection between the research, the innovation, and the uptake, which requires a broader partnership, requires targeted investment, and requires the sort of coordination that we're really speaking about here today.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Claudia Sadov. So we're going to try over the next 2 days to find ways of eliminating these blockages using the big brains here in this room and those joining us online. I can see you. Thank you very much for staying with us. Okay, so Claudia, you mentioned the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub and how you and your organization are prepared to support it. And I couldn't see the face of our next speaker because I saw the back of his head, Stefanos Fotiou, he's smiling at me. We met a short time ago and he talked about his experiences on the front line. I won't go into the detail of what you told me, but you have experienced what goes on the ground. You're a forester by training, and you are very, very keen and determined to drive forward the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, which emerged out of the summit last September. And I saw you've been active on social media in recent days, and you declared to everybody that the Food Systems Coordination Hub, which took some time to get going, is now up, running, ready, and officially open for business and engagement. So without further ado, let me warmly invite you up onto the stage to talk exactly about how you're going to do this. Please welcome Mr. Stefanos Fotiou, the Director of the United Nations Food Systems Coordination Hub.
Thank you very much, Henry, and good morning to everybody. And really thank you for inviting me in this event. It's nice to start being in, as you call, 3D live events and not only on the screens. I saw people in this room that I have seen them before in the screen. I had some problems sometimes to recognize them, but it's nice to see them. So what I would like to do in the next 7 minutes, Henry, is to try to tell you where we stand with the establishment of the hub. Indeed, we are up and running, and I want to dispute a little bit your message that it took us some time. I think for the UN way of understanding time, it happened so fast, because when we had the summit that happened in September, the special envoy coordinating all the follow-up between September and December the thing that we have the hub up and running with 6 agencies around the hub supporting us, I think in terms of UN timing, it's a bit of a miracle. And I have to tell you something else, that I really want to thank here all the UN agencies, IFAD, WFP, WHO, UNEP, the DCO, that they are supporting the hub, because they have gone beyond sometimes their institutional leverage, if you want, and they have done really miracles. So what we have done in the first months of the operation of the hub, this is not working. Okay, so colleagues, I think let's stop the presentation. I'll do it without a presentation. So one of the first things was to define the institutional mandate of the hub and what we are going to do. And there's a very central element on this definition of the institutional mandate, which is the hub exists to support countries to implement food system transformations. And we'll do this by using the combined assets of the UN system and what we call ecosystem of support. And everybody is asking, what's this ecosystem of support? So the ecosystem of support are some of these emerging structures like the coalitions, of course, the scientific and research community, the stakeholders, that we are trying to find out what are solutions that they have to propose to the national conveners, to the national pathways. Something that we are listening a lot from the conveners is that you have convinced us that we need to focus on a food systems thinking approach. Could you please let us know how we can make this practical? Because talking on a theoretical level about food systems is one thing. Taking this theoretical level and making it work with people that they have to allocate budgets, to achieve specific governmental objectives, it's another thing. So we try to support the conveners on taking the food systems approach and make it a reality. We started the work of the hub after the definition of our institutional mandate by making a survey with the national conveners. And in the survey, we try to understand what the countries want from the hub in terms of support. And I have to give you 3 main results of this survey. One was the response rate. You know, in the UN system, in the academic community, we are happy when we have a response rate of 30 to 35%. We got 86% response rate on this survey. And this, for me, is an indication how much the countries want to follow up with their food system transformations. The second is that the countries had extremely specific proposals on what they want to see from the hub. They want to see the hub supporting them to leverage funding and finance. They understand that the hub will not provide the money, but they want to see how the fund can leverage these funds. They want to see practical support on what I said, translate the theoretical food systems thinking on something that can go at the country level. And they want to see connections. They want to see connections with the academia, with the food system, with the ecosystem of support. And to realize this, we will sit down with the countries and the ecosystem of support and create what we call the food system solution library to be available to the countries. The countries need something else also, and it was amazing to see that they want this support for the short term and for the long term. They want support on monitoring and evaluating their food system transformations, and they are looking of the milestone of the 2023 stock taking moment that will happen at December 2023, but at the same time they are looking at the 2030 agenda and how they are going to use the transformation pathways to implement the agenda. So what the hub is doing after we have a work plan approved by Oversight Steering Group, which is the heads of the RBA principals, the head of UNEP and DCO, and with the presence of the Deputy Secretary General. So we have an approved work plan. We have an approved stakeholder engagement group in terms of references. So we are putting together now these groups, and we have started working with the coalitions of action on the food system transformations and with other actors of the ecosystem of support to provide the support to the countries. The countries need immediately some kind of support, and they need immediately support to keep the momentum of the food systems, especially in the new crisis emerging after the war in Ukraine. And if we don't keep this momentum, we might lose investments that Agnes Kalibata took her 2 years to produce results. So we need to keep this momentum with some small support to the countries. And on the medium term, we need to prove the value of food system transformations. So I would like to thank you very much for inviting me in this event. I will be very much looking to continue talking to you. And please, the moment that you would like additional information about the hub, I'll be very much to provide this to your individual organizations, but to your groups. Thank you very much.
Stefanos, thank you very much. Again, you were on time and budget. This is truly remarkable, almost unheard of, whether in the Italian room or anywhere else. Very quick supplementary. You talking about needing to prove the value of this approach. How do you think we prove the value? What will be an obvious indication that there is value in this, that it is working? What would you want to see?
I want to see how the countries, when they talk about food system transformations, they think simultaneously about the environment, the society, the economy, and the health. And I think what we can prove is that there's one difference of doing agricultural development and another thing to do food systems. Mm-hmm. With agricultural development, you might achieve some specific targets. At the same time, you might create some trade-offs. But if you focus on the food systems approach, it's a win-win situation for the people, for the planet, for the economy.
Thank you very much, Stefanos Fotiou. Thank you very much indeed. So we're going to move to our first panel. And those of you watching online, you're fully involved in this. Please do send any thoughts, comments, reactions. We're getting one or two really good and positive and indeed challenging questions coming through already. And I'll put those to our panelists and others who speak later on in the day and of course tomorrow. So please keep those questions coming through. And of course, here in the room, if you want to make an intervention at the right time, at the right moment, then please do let us know. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to move away from here. I'm going to take my seat in just a moment, but I would like to invite both our in-person and virtual panelists for this next session, which will look at the challenges and opportunities for taking forward national pathways. So we're going to, for food systems transformation. So we're going to move this away and hopefully my mic will continue to work as I move away from the podium. From Yemen, Madam Karima Al-Hada, who is Planning and Liaison Specialist at the Scaling Up Nutrition, the SUN movement, Yemen Secretariat. And she's also with the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation in that country. And also joining us via Zoom, I can see Madam Karima Al-Hada. Hello to you. I don't know if you can see me. Yes, the camera's moved and you're looking at me. Fantastic, wonderful. I love hybrids, don't you? Don't you love hybrids? Okay, and then we also have Excellency Dr. Sok Silo, who is the Secretary General for the Council of Agricultural and Rural Development, CARD, from the Republic of Cambodia. And Dr. Sok Silo will be joining us from Cambodia. Wonderful. Now that the plinth has been removed, here in the room, we have Mr. Giri Olila, Coordinator for the Food System Summit, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry from Finland. Please do come forward. Please be nice and welcome Mr. Olila. Our other speakers, Dr. Johan Swinnen, the Global Director of Systems Transformation at CGIAR, Director General of the International Food Policy Research Institute, also known as IPFRI, and co-chair of the Think 20 Task Force on Food Security, Dr. Swinnen. Yes. We have Dr. Agnes Kalibata. She's been mentioned once or twice this morning, President of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, a former United Nations Special Envoy on the Food Systems Summit. Please, Dr. Kalibata, please come forward. And we also have Mr. Ayodeji Balogun, Chief Executive Officer of Afex Commodities Exchange. Mr. Balogun, please come forward. There you are, sir. Excellent. So just to remind you, we're going to talk about the challenges and opportunities for taking forward national pathways for food systems transformation. The way this is going to work is we're going to hear from our country conveners, first of all. We're going to put one or two key questions to them. Once we've heard from them, we'll then hear from our research speakers, to our president of AGRA, and also from our Afex Chief Executive Officer, looking at the private sector response to that. So we're going to cover several bases. And then we'll also try to feed in your questions and your thoughts, both online and here in the room. But so it's really going to be very interesting to get the perspectives of three very different countries, which are all in the news for a variety of reasons at the moment. One in the news because it's under great pressure in, let me describe it, in a very, very troubled neighborhood in the Saudi Peninsula. One, a country in East Asia, which has some challenges with agriculture and rural development, and one from a high-income country that has a long border with a difficult neighbor, if I can put it that way, that is making news for a variety of geopolitical reasons as well. So all three are. And then we've got a lot of research and driving experience from our three other speakers. So we'll hear from them after we've heard from our country speakers. So let us start off with Yemen, and to Madam Karima Al-Hada. Not yet. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so we'll pick up with Karima in just a moment or two. But Excellency Dr. Soxilo, there, you can give us a wave. I can see you. I want some response, please, live response from you. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, good. You see, it's working. This is not some recorded thing. This is real. Good. So, Dr. Silo, please tell us, so from your experience in Cambodia, what are the greatest challenges and opportunities in taking forward the food systems transformation pathways in your country? Dr. Soxilo, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry, and thank for the organizer for inviting me to the 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Global Donor Platform for Rural Development. Yes, good afternoon from Cambodia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share the challenge and opportunity for Cambodia for taking forward the national food system transformation pathway. First, we need to understand the big picture for food system and knowing how to use them. The current understanding on food system is limited, and this challenges us in arguing the case for investment tailored to system improvement. In addition, coordination and collaboration are still limited. The matching opportunity is for the national pathways to be used as the guide for the transformation of the food system in Cambodia and ends to business as usual. Second, too many financial model and management system is in use, especially among the development partner, and there is a lack of interoperability among this system. The opportunity lies in matching financing model with the national roadmap for food system and related plan for a more unified and harmonized approach to financing. There is opportunity both to optimize the government expenditure and to draw out more constructive investment from the private sector and development partner. Third, insufficient investment in the national statistic and analysis to support information need for decision making and policy. The monitoring and evaluation effort invest in project does not have to build up uniform national capacity. Our opportunity is to rationalize data collection, focus on select indicator, and ensure open access to information. Using the SDG and the N4G commitment and national strategic plan to forge a common framework for measuring progress at national and subnational level. For the coordinate support, Cambodia needs donor and international organization to participate in the multi-stakeholder platform at national and subnational level and provide support for those platforms in both financial, technical, and technological support. We also need to adopt the common system of financing, making greater use of pool funding and streamlined approach which are fit to national strategy, process, and priority. Finally, we also need to align the support and monitoring framework with global and national targets, including the SDG and the Strategic Development Plan under a more coordinated program of investment. We need more help to do that. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Sok Silo, for giving us the perspective from Cambodia. People were nodding and they were responding with interest to what you had to say about the problems with coordination, lack of a unified approach, especially from development partners, and the help you need in particular areas, very specific. So thank you very much. Let's see if we can compare and contrast your experience in Cambodia with the experience from Yemen. I'm delighted to say that Madam Karima Al-Hada is on the line back with us. So over to you, please. What are the greatest challenges and opportunities in taking forward the food systems transformation pathways in your country? Over to you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting Yemen to this very important event. Actually, in Yemen, the National Food System Dialogues prioritized about 7 thematic areas with focus on almost 21 priority actions that take forms of national working groups. So the opportunities lie in the operationalizing of this working group to go to the next level where action plans are developed to realize the objectives on ground. It is also an opportunity to see these pathways as part of this global momentum, which gives them acknowledgement among the stakeholders and actors, as well as the possibility to link them to the global initiatives. Actually, there are many global initiatives, especially that ones providing financial and technical support for the for development, which can be approached to realize these national pathways. Another opportunity lies in the role of the civil society organizations and the business sector, and how to introduce the pathways to them, how to educate them about their role and what is required from their side. Speaking of challenges, actually there are, I think, competing pathways for limited resources, as well as very limited capacities required to realize these pathways. Also, it may sound very interesting that these pathways were developed at national levels by national stakeholders and expertise, but there is still a need to advocate for them at the national levels, to introduce them to the different sectors so they can adapt them and prioritize them within their sectoral action plans. The pathways, from my point of view, are the shortest way to respond to people's needs and aspirations also. But also there is a potential of having gaps and duplications. So there, I think the prioritization of these national pathways is a must, and it is so important to have a clear framework for the implementation. And here we have this the good support of the Food System Secretariat and the Hub. They are there for this support. I think also we need to pilot some of these pathways so we understand the challenges more, and we can respond to them in the right way. So challenges, I think, are more relevant to the limited financial resources and also limited capacities within the national system. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Karima Al-Haddad, for the perspective from Yemen. Thank you very much. And now let's hear what is happening in Finland. Mr. Jiri Olila is on my immediate left. Delighted to see you. So let's compare and contrast what is happening in your country, what food systems transformations are needed in high-income countries, and how is Finland responding?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with you in person here and virtually through the system. It's nice to see two of the former convener colleagues again. We had weekly meetings throughout the year in preparations for the summit meeting with the conveners, and that was an extremely useful community created for the national dialogues. For my country, the process of national dialogues and then producing the national pathway document was found very, very useful. That was in spite of the fact that in our country we have a long tradition of stakeholder consultations in all policy preparatory work. But it was found that that was a good way to identify sensibilities and possible weaknesses in our systems. The pathway document is supposed to be a living document to be updated, and that's what we are doing right now. In order to be update for the government program negotiations 1 year from now. We have national elections next spring, and then a new government program will be negotiated. And our aim from the beginning has been that the national pathway document should not remain a sort of one-time effort, a separate paper with wishful thoughts, but should be an integral part of the government program in the context of sustainable development policies of the government. If I take 2 or 3 sort of keywords of the results of our discussions and our pathway thinking, I should take first the concept of diversity. It is the sort of survival strategy of all biological processes and organisms. Diversity is, if something does not work, there are other ways to go. And in agricultural production, we should learn from that principle to be diverse, not only in the agricultural production and technologies, but also diverse in the sort of input sourcing sources, diverse in our marketing systems, diverse in our nutrition, in eating habits. Diversity is a survival principle for the food systems as well, we found in our discussions. Another keyword is resilience. We found some weaknesses in our resilience, even though we are in a fairly good situation in general. We thought to be, but we found that we are too much dependent on sources which we cannot handle ourselves. Along with the war in Ukraine, we found that we are dangerously dependent on fertilizer raw materials from Russia and Belarus. That is only one example, but we should be more self-sustaining in our production, not only in natural resources, but also in energy, in genetic materials, labor, finance, knowledge, everything. That is not to say that international trade is a source of problems. That is a very important complementary element, but we found ourselves to be more too much dependent on some of these strategic.
Okay, Mr. Olila, I'm going to stop you there. Thank you very much. And you were building up to almost describing not quite a code red, but you talked about some real dangers in Finland's food resilience, which I wasn't expecting. So thank you for being so frank about that. And thanks also to our speakers from Yemen and Cambodia. We've got three perspectives. So now let's talk to our other colleagues from research institutions, from the multilateral bodies, and from, well, the Forex pioneers, if I can put it that way, which is great. So I'm going to go to Dr. Johan Swinnen, first of all. And for those of you who don't know, Johan is sitting on my near far left, Global Director of Systems Transformation at CGIAR and Director General of the IPFRI and co-chair of the think tank, the Think 20 Task Force on Food Security. I mentioned Code Red deliberately because you've mentioned that yourself in previous remarks. So thinking about what we've heard from our three country representatives, what do you see as the role of national food systems and transformation pathways in helping to bring about the change we want to see? And how can science and policy come together through the pathways?
Thank you very much for inviting me, for being here. It's an honor and a challenge to talk before Agnes comes to the podium here, because she has been working and thinking about this for years. And
that's why, Johan, I put you before Agnes.
I know, so so I want to stay a bit out of her way in terms of my interventions here. So let me, just in terms of, I think it's important it's really important, I think, what we did last year in the Food Systems Summit, to put it in a historical perspective, but also how history has changed just in a couple of months. Okay, with Ukraine war, this has come, it's kind of almost a triple hit, if you want, after we had major changes that occurred already before COVID-19, with basically worsening food security, increasing malnutrition around the world due to a number of reasons, including economic downfalls, conflicts around the world, which were rising already, and then COVID-19, which made things much worse. And so now with the Ukraine crisis, the Ukraine war coming on top of it, and Ukraine war, I think, is different from the previous conflicts. Although for the countries where the conflicts are taking place, that's probably the most important reason for their food security problems. But the Ukraine war is different because it affects global markets, not just in food, but in fertilizer and oil. Each of these three have major implications for countries around the world in food security issues. Now, how does it affect the transformation and the national transformation strategy? I think there's a couple of very important implications. One is that if you look now over the past 20 years, okay, when we looked at the shock in 2007, 2008, the price shock, we saw this is a shock, okay, because this is abnormal. When you look over the past 20 years, I mean, it's volatility. That's the norm, okay? So big price jumps are no longer an exception. They are the rule, which means that our transformation strategy globally and nationally has to take that very much front and center, okay? Resilience has to be crucial, a crucial component of that. Now, what's good about it, if you look at the white book, which you have, or the white paper, which was being prepared, I think it's an excellent document. The 7 action areas there are really very consistent, I think, which has to take place even in today's, or also in today's world, environment, etc. So the catalyzing changes there. So that's the good news. Okay, the bad news, I think, is also during crisis, you see that countries are reverting, if you want, to non-cooperative actions in a number of cases. One example is what's happening in food exporting countries, where again, just like in 2008, again, at the beginning of COVID, they revert to export constraints. I mean, very important restrictions on exporting various types of foods around the world. And this, of course, has all kinds of implications. We were unsuccessful in 2008 of reverting that. We were much more successful in 2020 after the early months of COVID on reverting these policies. At this point, we are not, okay? I mean, there's even more export constraints being implemented rather than less. So we have to move away from this non-cooperative behavior. The second one is that you see in a number of rich countries where there have been, for example, in the EU, the US, a number of strategic choices had been made in the past years of moving towards more sustainable food systems, that some of these policies, agro-environmental policies, are reversed, okay, making things worse again. And so that's very troubling, I think. So the political economy, the political incentives there, I think, are really very important factors to take into account when we think about these national strategies across the world. I can go through a number of points in terms of, I think, how what we see now in terms of policies that need to be implemented are fully consistent with the transformation strategy that has to do, for example, with food safety systems, okay, which were implemented and expanded during COVID, which was good, which we need to expand. And there, I think that's also happening in the world. The problem there is, where does the money come from? I think therefore clearly donor collaboration and the types of things we talk about today are a really important element there. Same thing, information systems are crucial. We knew that before, also in terms of crisis, people, in terms of being resilient, you need to know what's coming, how to prepare for it, anticipate. It's one of the areas which are emphasized in the white paper. And then I think research and development, Claudia made a very strong pitch, very strong arguments why that is important, both for the short run, the medium run, and the long term. So I'm not going to repeat her argument, just to say that I thought this was very powerful. And we have in the CGIAR, we have a number of notes and documents on this. I'm happy to go into detail on that. And let me end then again emphasizing these political commitments, which I think is crucial. And there, I think the cooperation system, the institutional system we build globally can play a very important role. Let me end with that.
Dr. Swinnen, thank you very much. And Johan, you can develop some of these thoughts in more detail in the breakout sessions. That's what they are for, where you can dive into the granular detail on some of the ideas, some of the thoughts that we don't have time to develop in great detail in this session that will come in the session to come after this one. Fantastic. Well, you did worry about speaking before Dr. Agnes Kalibata. You did so with aplomb, which is fine. Okay, so now we have the president of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, and of course, as you all know, the former UN Special Envoy on the Food System Summit, Dr. Agnes Kalibata. So Agnes, just thinking about the National Food Systems Transformation Pathways, of course, a key plank in the summit and an important part of your agenda at AGRA, the future agenda. So what will lead to these pathways succeeding or failing in bringing about the scale of change needed? Because we've heard from everybody, we need essentially a revolution, as you would say. Please, your thoughts.
Thank you. So this is on, okay.
Yes.
But
yes.
Thank you, and thank you, Johan, for kicking us off the right way. Listen, there are quite a number of things that we need to do, but what we've already done is probably one of the most important things, the fact that we have come together as a community and agreed that our food systems need to transform. Yeah. I mean, we saw that during the summit, the level of agreement was unbelievable. Now we need to move to action. So, and which is I would say, I really love the action part of the zone of the environment we work in. But there are a number of things that people have talked about here that we must address. The challenge of coordination, which is an extremely important challenge for something that is as complicated as a food system, because we have several sectors concerned. The challenge of fragmentation, which is something that is very common in how resources. How? So the challenge of fragmentation, given now what we see on the ground from a resource perspective, there are just so many resources that are cut in so many small pieces that end up not being extremely transformative. And then the challenge of partnerships, which is the reverse side, the opportunity side on the challenge of fragmentation. So one of the things we've done that I would like to just show you here on the slides as AGRA, we asked ourselves the question of where do we go from here from a food system perspective? Because food system is the place where we had the biggest commitment from heads of state. So maybe if you, no, the next slide. On this slide, I show you three things that we think are extremely important. The food system pathway that a country puts forward is an intention. It's a commitment by head of state, but it needs to come to real life. And the way we bring it to real life is talk about designing national strategies that can actually bring it to life. What is it in the agricultural sector that is still a gap? What is it in the environmental sector that is extremely important and touches us in the agricultural sector? What is it in the health sector that we are paying for, that we shouldn't be paying for? In the Food System Summit, we brought out this whole idea of the true cost of food, which true cost is really in the environment and in the health sector, because we pay for these things, right, in those sectors, and we don't think about it, but the environment is paying and people are paying. So we do design those strategies and want to bring out that design at country level, and we are already doing it with some of these countries. And once these are agreed on, we need to agree on coordination. I just talked about 3 sectors there, but there are many more sectors that touch the agricultural sector, and I'm sure every convener that is here does understand what that means. We need to raise it a little bit beyond sectoral coordination and take it higher. And my colleague here from DRC knows that. She sits in the president's office, and DRC is coordinating at that level, which is extremely important to bring these sectors together. And then, of course, we need to agree on accountability. I keep telling Stefanos that next year, if we can't come to the FHLP, is it FHLP? Whatever, the heads of state meeting in New York. If we can't come to that meeting talking about this is what the food system has done in terms of transformation, then we are really off track, completely off track. So here, what we are trying to say is we have a few countries by September that will have clear strategies, that will be looking for opportunities to move forward, that will be looking for investments for private sector. And I'm saying it, my friend here from Afex is here. So we are looking at what areas would the private sector be investing in, but what areas would the public sector be investing in? Because transformation of food system is about the two. the public sector and the private sector investing together at the same time. Now, when I went to the Food Systems Summit, my biggest concern was the African continent would not engage. The African continent has been heavily engaged. We have 49 countries that have submitted pathways, that have participated, and we have over 37 countries that have submitted pathways. So what is really, really important that Africa brings on the table that other people need to learn from is we have actually frameworks. We have the CAADP framework, whatever it has delivered or not delivered, but actually we saw significant movement in the agriculture sector because of the CAADP framework. When countries started investing more, we want to use that framework to ensure that national pathways can actually, indicators are actually embedded and attract at heads of state level. That commitment we have already secured from African Union. Now, the reason I had NEPAD on there is because NEPAD has committed to actually provide a framework that will guide countries so that we don't start running around doing all sorts of things. A framework that actually can help guide countries. These are the guidelines of how you develop your national pathway. And this is what your national pathway looks like. We'd like to work with the FAO Investment Center to make sure that when a country has developed its national pathway, national strategy and flagships, that actually FAO Investment Center can say, okay, these actually look real to us. They look ready. They address most of the challenges that institutions like IFPRI have identified as the critical gaps in these countries. So there's an opportunity for all sorts of institutions to work together and to bring this to life at country level. But the only way we can deliver it is if we coordinate right, if we respect countries and where countries are at, many of the conveners have said it, and if we coordinate right at country level, several sectors. The next slide just shows you a simple thing. Next slide, this one just shows you how so many, this is one country that we're doing an analysis for, how these things are coming together at the center. If you don't have a high enough level, like my colleague here from DRC, it's going to be very difficult to coordinate sectors when you're coming from within another sector outside. So we are already working on this. You are welcome to participate in the AGRF 5 to 9 September, where we'll be discussing where countries will be presenting this to interested partners and interested donors. We are really interested in providing a blueprint that can be used by anybody, everybody, anywhere, just as long as we get moving. So the next year, we have something to report against. Hopefully next time we can have many more countries joining. And we are in Africa, I work in Africa, by the way. Yes. In Africa, we are ready to work with any country that is interested in advancing this further.
Tremendous. Yeah. So Kalibata, thank you very much indeed for that. I love the idea of a blueprint that's going to kind of mobilize from theory to real action, yeah, and the accountability, as we said to Dr. Fortiu, that when you go to UNGA 2023 and then 2024, if you cannot tell these heads of state, this is what we've done, yeah, then we'll be off track. So great for the accountability. You also set up perfectly, as we say in radio, segue to the private sector. And I can see Mr. Ayodeji Balogun, he was shifting around nervously when you mentioned private sector.
I work with him in Africa. You
know him, yeah, so he's comfortable. He's comfortable.
He's very comfortable.
Okay, very good. Thank you. He's comfortable, so everybody on Zoom be reassured. There's nothing going to happen to him here. So let's talk about you as a private sector person working in the foreign exchange business. Food production and distribution, a lot of people aren't really aware, but it's largely a private sector activity. So having listened to our country representatives and our research representatives here and our revolutionaries, what is needed to bring businesses into the work of the national transformational or transformation pathways, and how best can business contribute as far as you're concerned?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today and sharing our experience. So I want to share two stories very quickly, and then one message in terms of how we from the private sector think, and how we think you from the donor should actually look at your participation and your contribution in the food systems. So the first is the story of IFAD and a baby that was birthed out of IFAD about 4 years ago, called SAFIN. SAFIN is Smallholder Agri-Finance and Investment Network, and it looks at a network of all the players that catalyze investments in agriculture. So donor agencies, private investors, businesses acting, to unlock finance banks and the likes across the globe. And probably is the only agency squarely focused on agriculture financing, agri-SME financing, particularly on the globe. Now, when SAFIN started, one of the first, and I am the chair of SAFIN, so I've been the chair since the beginning of SAFIN. So when SAFIN started, one of the first things we did with the secretariat, which is housed in IFAD, was to do an investor perspective. So look at the country, look at the value chains, do an analytics of the value chain and investment opportunities, so that we can then, articulate some of the opportunities that private public investors could then pick up and invest in. And that was done in Uganda, done in Nigeria, done in India, and one other country, Dominican Republic, I think, where the countries where we did this. Now, when they did in Nigeria, as a business, we looked at a few value chains were of focus. What popped out to us as a private investor, now speaking at AFEX, which is Africa Exchange Holdings, and we set up commodities exchanges across Africa. What came out to us was a key component, a cross-cutting theme, rather than the value chain investment opportunities, which was the delivery mechanism of the food systems. And it was tabbed in that report, agri-service providers. And even in a similar report work that Agra had done, which I always refer to and says the hidden middle in the food systems, those agri-SMEs that actually connect the farmer to the market and connect the input systems to the farmers. Those are the actual catalysts, the engine of delivery for our food systems, but very hidden and very often forgotten. So the agri-service provider as a model jumped to us. And the way I thought about it was think about, why do we have McDonald's in almost every corner of United States and increasingly the world? Because of the franchise system. So for us, we started to think about what we had built. At the time, we had about 40 to 50 warehouses in AFEX that were connecting to about 150,000 farmers at the time, and provided market access and access to finance for them. And we said, how can we use this agri-service provider model as a franchise model to amplify our scale? How can we take the agro dealers in the village and make him a business partner, working with him in the branding, provide technology to him, provide working capital to him, and then he runs that same model in a simplified manner to deliver service to the farmer. So we picked up that model, did a second, co-founded a second work with SAFI and Lagos Business School Center for Sustainability to then sort of hash this out into a business model that we could build on. Interestingly, we started the commercialization of that plan last year. We worked with 15 agri-service providers, provided through that channel alone about $2 million in loans to about 10,000 farmers. This year is the second year running for that sort of track for us in terms of franchising. And we're working with 50 agri-service providers, providing about $10 million in loans to 40,000 smallholder farmers through that channel. Now, it's become a strategic pillar of our growth driver, and how we want to think about reaching 600,000 farmers through 3,000 agri-SMEs working as a franchisor to us as AFEX. And that's how one of the examples of how spending in knowledge, spending in taxonomy, standardizing frameworks in a sector could make it easy for private sector players to pick up an opportunity, identify the innovation, and then make it happen. The second story is a personal one, but one that has President Agnes Kalibata written all over it. So in December 2017, precisely, December 2012, December 27, 2012, precisely, I got married. And January 15th, 2013, 2 weeks after, 1 week after I was sent to Rwanda by my company to set up a commodities exchange. And was one of the projects with President Kalibata when she was the Minister of Agriculture in Rwanda. So every fortnight I had to go report to her on the progress made because from the point I landed, it was clear that the President Kagame was going to launch the exchange in May 15th. So we had a date for the launch, and I had 5 months to get everything running, including setting up the office, putting in technology, having the warehouse working and all of that. So, so we started that. It was an interesting experience. We did have the launch. It wasn't in May, but we make it happen within 6 months. Fast forward that when then she became the president of AGRA, I went to her and said, we're now in Nigeria doing the same work. Rwanda is working. We're now in Nigeria, which is the 3rd country we're operating in, and we needed help. So we got $1 million from AGRA to sort of help us move from 30,000 farmers that we were in 2018 to 150,000 was the hope. So I went back in 2019 and said, our President Kalibata, I've spent 750,000 of the $1 million we got from you. We have the 150,000 farmers now. We have $250,000 left. But I want to use this in a different way. Now, today, we understand how to reach the farmer, provide market access for the farmer, provide access to finance for the farmer, provide storage, 3 very big problems around storage, finance, and market access. But then we still have a problem. We spend $1 to earn 60 cents for every transaction. The cost of reaching the farmer is expensive. I have an idea on how to drop this cost and make the business profitable. But for the last 4 years, I've succeeded in solving the problem, but I've declared losses to my investors. So if I go to tell them to give me money to pay a consultant on how to make this work, they're going to tell me to submit my resignation letter. So I need you to let us use this $250,000 to pay to articulate our new strategy, the way I think that we can frame this business, solve this problem, be scalable, but be profitable as well. She agreed. So we did work with a consulting firm, articulated a strategy. By end of 2019, we presented a new strategy. By 2020, we were executing on the new strategy. Now, this is the story. Last month, Financial Times named FX the 3rd fastest growing business, not agribusiness, the 3rd fastest growing business in Africa, the fastest growing in Nigeria, across faster than the fintechs. We had 270% CAGR over 3 years, starting from the point where we had the new strategy. We've been profitable every year from that point till now. We've moved from 150,000 farmers to 500,000 farmers in Kenya, Nigeria, and by the end of the year, this year, we'll be in Uganda and Cote d'Ivoire. Now, that is where donor agencies can come. And 3 words, and 3 things which I think should frame the thinking in this room, should frame how we should look at working with private sectors, solving the food systems challenge, which is a very, very, I call it a generational problem for us. This is going to be our biggest problem as a generation. And the first is, it has to be catalytic. We have to use our funds to catalyze innovation. When I see donor agencies skirting around innovation or being, cautious about backing innovation, I feel like, who else will do it if not you? So you have to catalyze innovation. You have to think big and go. Pilots, that's probably one of the greatest blocker, if I use your language. We should leave the word piloting and embrace failure, because for every 3 failures, you would have 2 great successes, and those would far outweigh the cost of failing. The second one is we have to amplify impact. When you see private players that come in and choose to work at the bottom of the pyramid, solving some of these problems, addressing food systems, what the private sector brings in is the power to multiply your dollar by 10, bringing in additional investments, bringing in debt, bringing in supplier credits to amplify impact. So we need to think about how can we bring $1 to back 9 of the private sector to then get a 10 or maybe probably even $15 impact out of that work. And that has to be one of the ways. The third is to reduce the cost of inclusion. It is expensive to reach the smallholder farmers, to organize the market, to fix supply chains and distribution. It is even more expensive today when the price of fertilizer is 3 times what it was 2 years ago. Cost of funding is going to the roof, and it will be the same for the next 2 to 3 years. Access to markets is becoming even much of a challenge. So we have to think, how can we position ourselves to reduce that cost to reach and make businesses more inclusive?
I was waiting for the breath. It's what we do in radio or TV. When's he going to breathe? Okay, he breathed. Let me land, please.
Thank you.
I've given you, you've blown the budget when it comes to speaker time through the roof. However, I thought I would be elastic because you're the only private sector represented here on the platform, and you spoke in such compelling terms and with a personal touch, which I approve on, and nervously looking across to Dr. Kalibata every so often because she knows you well from your time when you went to her in Rwanda, and she backed you when you needed the backing. So that's fantastic. And you showed what you were able to do with that and multiply the impact, which is fantastic. Okay, I'm going to do a round of supplementary questions, and I'll need briefer answers from everybody. But before I do that, I did promise everybody online and also here that if you did have thoughts, questions you wanted to pose, we would try and address them in a timely manner. And the first one came in from Gerda Verberg, who's the Sun Movement coordinator, and she says hello, and then she's very interested in the CGIAR contribution, and she says what she thinks is missing a little bit is the focus on producing healthy and nutritious food. And she says, I wish CGIAR to be more vocal and visible on this. Okay, so I think perhaps Claudia, she said this in response to your presentation. Well, Johan is on the panel as well, but you would rather Johan takes it or you take it? Johan, okay, you can take that question. Yes, so yeah, we can hear you. So the focus on producing healthy and nutritious food.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the past because I was not there in the past, so I'm going to talk about the future.
Yes.
And so since a year and a bit now, we have a new research strategy, the research strategy for 2030. And this is now being implemented since January of this year. And so a very significant part of that is focused on nutrition and healthy foods. And so we have a couple of what we call initiatives now, which are large, fairly large research programs, it would even be better, which are explicitly focused on healthy and nutritious food, sustainably healthy and nutritious food. And we even have a special one focused on vegetables and fruits. So I think I'm not sure about the past, but the future, we are very much focused on that.
Thank you very much for that, Johan. This one came in from Syed Ahmed, who is working for agricultural sector in his country, and he said, we're working with village women, farmers, trying to transform and implement through good agriculture practices. How can we help to develop and the capacity and the funding for rural women? That came in after Claudia's presentation, but I'm looking across at Agnes here as the president of AGRA. I'm wondering if you want to take Syed Ahmed's question there about developing the capacity and funding for rural women.
So thank you for that question. There's quite a number of instruments that are already available to support rural women. I know IFAD does a whole lot of work on supporting women empowerment. My colleague here talked about the work we are doing in advancing SMEs and the hidden middle. We have identified and are working with 3,000 women SMEs. We've created a platform called Value for Her that really helps and assures that if you're a woman SME in the agricultural sector, given its complexities and challenges, you actually have a place to go to talk about financing, to talk about technical support, to talk about how to advance your business, to get the moral support that you need to be able to advance businesses. We are, in addition to that, we are trying to get some of them to advance women in that women business environment. So there are some whose value chains are specifically women value chains. So they go and preferentially work with women farmers so that they can create an opportunity to actually give a market to fellow women. I mean, it's working. It's a huge opportunity in the avocado sector, for example, in some of these export sectors. And we hope that this is something that can actually start creating opportunities for women as an entry point into businesses in poultry, in avocado and many other businesses. But it's not the only model, like I said. Value for Hire is an important model that we are advancing to. Also, you also see it at AGRF. It's one of the platforms. But again, there are quite a number of other platforms and opportunities that women can link up and access financing. The most important thing is we just have to level the playing ground. We have to find ways of leveling the playing ground so that women can have access to funding, so that women are not required to have collateral because they don't, they have challenges accessing collateral. And there are ways now of doing that using digitization, using track record, using all sorts of things that can help us ensure that women are on level playing ground. And we can also use those same tools to ensure that they have access to the capacities they need to be able to advance businesses. So there's a lot to do there.
Thank you very much indeed. A lot to do, and I hope, Syed Ahmed, that answers your question. We've got a few minutes left before we move to our break, and then the breakout sessions where we can discuss some of these issues, these challenges and opportunities in more detail. But I want, in rapid response really to the question, and I'm going to start off with you, Madam Karima Al-Hada in Yemen. What kind of coordinated support from donors and international organizations is needed if we're really going to push forward these national pathways and implement them, practice what we preach? Over to you briefly, please.
Yes, thank you. I think the first thing is to have like a free space of dialogue between the donors and the countries on the pathways implementation mechanisms. So we can both, the recipient countries and the donors, agree on the right way. So operationalizing these ways is a first step that need to be discussed with the donors and then agree on the way forward. I think financial and technical support both are required. And maybe at the beginning, the technical support is more required to finalize these pathways and to understand them at sectoral levels also, and as well as to prioritize them. There are many pathways, many working groups, or food system actions. So which one is the most important one? This is a process that needs to be implemented as a first system. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam. Let me go to Finland again then, because we heard from the Yemen there, open dialogue, more financial support, technical support. Without these things, it's going to be very hard to implement these this system transformation. What about in Finland?
Thank you. I
coordinated support.
The opportunity to mention one thing which I think is important for this community of donors. Along with the process of preparations for the Food Systems Summit, a very valuable community of actors, a scientific community, dialogue community was established. That is, and database, knowledge base, that should not be lost. We should somehow find the resources and ways and means how to not to lose and to develop this tremendous intellectual capital, which was created by this preparatory work for the Food Systems Summit.
Tremendous. So there's a lot of good work that's been done, but we have to make sure we don't lose it. And I suppose that important word of momentum, right, that is here now. We want to keep it going.
Exactly.
And let's then go back to Cambodia, Dr. Sok Silo. So what sort of coordinated support from donors and international organizations is needed? You hinted at some of this earlier, but be more precise, please, in this time. Yes.
Actually, we need donor and international organization and UN agency to support us in joining the multi-stakeholder platform at the national and subnational level and provide us the technical assistance or technological support to implement our national pathway, as well as to conduct the subnational dialogue as during the development of the food system roadmap. We only conduct online due to the COVID restriction, and now the country is open for economic activity, and we are free to go to the field. So we need more dialogue at the subnational level to strengthening the coordination at the subnational level to join us in food security and nutrition sector, as well as the food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Sok, the silo there. So coordination, regular stakeholder meetings, technical assistance, and dialogue at the subnational level, if I've got you right. Thank you very much indeed. And then briefly, from Dr. Swinnon there, coordinated, I mean, you did hint at this in your earlier answer, but anything to add to what we've heard on coordinated support? Because we've got to get these pathways to go from paper to people. Does that work? From paper to people? I think it does, yes.
Well, again, I think we should share the floor here on these things. But, you know, I think what's been really important in particularly, I mean, finance is really central. And so we've been talking about finance a bit here and there and funding. But I think my colleague from the private sector actually brought it out much more explicitly. And actually, I was part of the finance lever in preparation of Food Systems Summit. And so we went through, we spent a lot of time discussing and thinking about how the financing of this food system transformation could work. And it's a big thing, right? So the food system transformation. So we need the funding to come in, the financing come from all agents. I mean, economists talk about agents, all basically everybody involved in this, which goes all the way from the consumer, because consumer spending is probably the most important input in terms of finance in the whole food system. So they have to play a role in terms of directing finance to where we want to end up in terms of food system transformation. Then we have to think about SME funding, we have to think about public funding, about private sector funding, global capital markets. We have to bring all these people together and make them reinforce each other, and all, I mean, they're all doing different things. I mean, the public sector funding has to have a different objective, a different aspect, a different component of this whole transformation than the private sector funding. And of course, where they can reinforce each other, I think that's really very important. And I think in that way, they can also very much contribute to a coordination across countries and across national pathways, because particularly if it's cross-border funding, by definition, there is some kind of coordination that needs to take place there.
Thank you very much indeed. And for our final two inputs, I'm going to change it slightly. Agnes, to you first of all. We're going to go to our breakout sessions after our brief break. If there is one question that you think these breakout sessions should be asking or trying to answer, what would it be? Because, I mean, we're going to ask people to consider how national pathways move from good intentions to practical change in food systems. But I mean, you're probably thinking, there is something else they should address in these breakout sessions. And if there's something you think they have to address this in the 4 breakout sessions, what would it be?
I mean, listen, we've been here and gone around and come back to the same place. The one thing that we must talk about again and again, which keeps coming out in every discussion that people have presented, is we are talking to donors. So the idea of reducing the whole thing of fragmentation around how we coordinate is extremely important.
Yeah.
We have countries that are committing. We need to see our partners from a country perspective step forward and support these countries. Action needs to happen at country level.
Yeah.
There's nothing that is, I mean, if you're trying to transform a country, go to that country, work with that country in what it's doing, help them coordinate around what they're trying to do so that we stop fragmented efforts everywhere.
Yeah.
There's private sector, there's public sector. We are working with smallholder farmers in this sector that need the support of public sector. So, and support of public institutions. So that's why we need to coordinate. We need to coordinate because these people cannot transform the sector on their own. We need to work together. So coordination and better partnerships is what is going to deliver this sector only when applied in the local context of each country. What is needed in Finland is very different from what is needed in Rwanda or in Nigeria. And what is going to be needed in some of these countries is all these recommendations have been made by the scientific group. We need to shift subsidies in some countries and ensure that these subsidies are not impacting the environment the wrong way and impacting people's health. We must continue supporting these sectors, but we need to rethink the value of these subsidies. Right. On the African continent, on the other hand, we need to coordinate better, reduce fragmentation, ensure that the parts are coming together in a good way. Right now, it's just too much, too little everywhere.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And now, Ayodeji Balogun, you gave us so much earlier. Briefly, as a private sector guy, what do you think we must address in these breakout sessions?
Thank you. For me, it's an admonition. Let's be brave, let's be bold, and let's think big. There's no other failure that is more than not achieving the SDGs by 2030. So let's think brave, think bold, and be big.
Tremendous. Thank you very much indeed. Come on, give a round of applause to our colleagues. Thank you very much to Madam Al-Hada, Dr. Silo, Mr. Olila, Dr. Swindon, Dr. Kalibata, and Mr. Balogun. Right, so we're gonna have a break for 15 minutes, 15-minute break, okay? Slightly shorter than we'd anticipated, but because you gave us so much, which is a fantastic thing. And then we're going to go to the various rooms, breakout room A, B, C, and D. And remember, we're going to be asking how national pathways move from good intentions to practical change in food systems. Now, you should have a color-coordinated badge. There are 4 different colors on each, one different color on each badge. You should, and that will tell you, oh, there's a blue badge, there's a red badge. Which other colors are there? Green and, yeah, just a letter. Fantastic, okay. Oh, a letter, yes, A, B, C, D. Fantastic, okay. So the moderators are Ron Hartman. Where's Ron? Fantastic. Mauricio Navarra is there. Jim Woodhill is there. And moi-même, Enrico Bonso de Londra. I'm here as well. Fantastic. And so does everybody know where they're going to go? Not yet, probably. You do? Okay, no. So breakout room A, that's in room C400 on the 4th floor. So the C wing is out there and to the right, okay? Breakout room B, that's in room C300. It's on the 3rd floor, C wing to the right. Breakout room C, it's in room number C100, 1st floor, C wing to the right. And breakout room D, you lucky people, you've got me and you're here in the Italian room, the plenary. So 15 minutes, the coffee is just outside, yes, outside there. And then please be in your rooms ready to discuss by 11:40. Sat down, 11:40. Yes, participants are assigned automatically. Fantastic, okay? Wonderful. Thank you very much. You're free to go, you're free to go. Fantastic, cheers, yes. Thank you very much. Always good. Yes, indeed. Yes. that 6 minutes, 36 seconds. Yes, no, you did, which is why I made the point, because it then set the tone for everybody else. Obviously, the sessions became more dynamic and so on. But that's fine, because we needed to hear all tomorrow, yes. Tomorrow, yes. Are you okay with that? No. Okay, just briefing. All right, okay. Thanks. Beautiful, thank you.
Do you have this on the record rooms or do you just want?
I'll have the next one. How did you go?
Yeah, it was so enjoyable.
Oh, good, I'm glad you did. Because the thing is, you know, when we always say,
Yeah.
only just begin to start.
Yeah.
And I do this. It was needed.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was needed, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I didn't see that at all.
No. I was looking nervously.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but no, I mean,
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, definitely. And they're so interesting as well. Yeah.
Hopefully we break out sessions. This is interesting.
Yeah.
We come back.
Yeah. Very
because I know I'm so involved in the setup. You're supposed to be happy. Fantastic. Right.
I'm very happy.
So it's juice and coffee outside.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Do you want me to get?
Oh, just a juice.
Yeah.
Only juice outside. Sarah, how are you doing? Happy? I hope. This or this? This. Emperor Nero. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll be running my breakout room, but
See
good luck.
you later, Lisa.
Questo è chiuso, no?
Alessandro, are you there? That's Alessandro in the background. So we've got a few people, not many, but so in this session, we're going to have a short update on national food transformation pathways in Niger and Colombia. Then we'll have a discussion within the group on the key levers for taking pathways forward, a discussion of the key implications for donor and UN agencies, and we'll try and draw the messages that we get in this session together and we'll present them back in the plenary. I need somebody who can be a rapporteur. And I'm thinking to myself, who is skilled, vigilant, diligent, and sitting close to me? No. Elle a dit non. Elle dit non. Well, we do need somebody who can be a rapporteur and can feed back to the plenary. Yes?
Request 2 people from here to go to breakout room C.
Oh, right. Do they have less? Do they have fewer than we do?
Yeah.
Would 2 people here be kind enough to go to breakout room C, which is on which floor?
It is on the 1st floor.
On the 1st floor in the C wing. Dude, Adam, would you like to go to breakout room C? So Adam from Agra is going to go to breakout room C. Do we have another volunteer to go to breakout room C?
I think so. Sure. Okay. I'll show you.
Okay, somebody else is going. That reduces our number to 1, 2, 3, 4, plus Monsieur Photographer. Okay, we're a little bit thin, but I mean, maybe they're thinner in breakout room C, which is why they've stolen our people. But thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. Okay, so we've got 2 people on the line from Niger and Colombia. So we're going to hear from them first of all, and they're going to give us an update on what is happening in their country, on progress and what they think is essential to taking those pathways forward. So, Dr. Kalibata is joining us. That's great. Oh, fantastic. Adam just left to go to breakout room C, but this is great that you've joined us. Okay, so Sierra, I'm just wondering, I'm hoping that the technical guys can connect us with Mr. Mahamadou Abubakar and Madam Zulma Yanira Fonseca Cento.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And we'll get going. I know, I don't know. Because other people have, all their names are there. That's why. And we need somebody who can be a rapporteur, who is very focused and very quick and likes taking notes and can feed back to the plenary. Do we have any volunteers? Because I can't, because I have to listen to everything and talk as well. It reminds me of school when the teacher had to pick somebody. Oh, right. Okay, Stephanos, thank you very much. Stephanos, would you like to volunteer? Oh, of course you will. Well, okay. The dean has already. Elle a déjà dit non. The dean has dit no. Would you like to be a rapporteur? Oh no, you IFAD. Are you? The photographers. Anybody else? Let me see. Who else would? Like, Monsieur, what about you? Would you like to be a rapporteur? You don't have to take notes on everything, just 3 or 4 points, because if you look at we just want to draw out the key messages, 4 or 5 key messages from our discussion, and then we'll feed them back to the plenary after lunch. That means yes. That doesn't matter. Which organization are you with? Are you with FAO? Well, that would not disqualify you from taking down 4 or 5 key messages. What was that, sorry? Good, great, fantastic. Fantastic, nothing will disqualify you. Great, wonderful. I didn't get your name, is? Peter F.O. Oh,
Peter.
So Peter Vopes from FAO will be our rapporteur, as it were, and will feed back. So I'm delighted. I can see two people now. This is wonderful. Pleased to have you with us, Mr. Mahamadou Abubakar. I remember you from a previous Zoom session that we did some months ago. How are you? Tout va bien au Niger?
Tout va bien au Niger, sauf que là, je pense que c'est traduit.
Malheureusement, je crois pas qu'il y a une traduction. Je crois pas qu'il y a un interprète, je crois pas, ici aujourd'hui. Ça vous plaît de parler en anglais? Oui? Ouais, OK, bon. Je crois qu'il est indiqué oui. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mamadou. And Madame Zulma Yanira Fonseca Cento from Colombia, I hope you'll be speaking in English also.
I do not speak English at all.
Mamadou, please.
I can understand. I can understand. I can.
Yes, you can.
I'll speak in English.
Fantastic. Excellent. Okay. So I don't know how much of the earlier sessions. Mamadou, yes. He's
Good.
frozen. He's frozen. Mamadou, yes, please speak. Ooh. We've got a problem with the signal. Okay, you're back with us. Go on. Vous êtes là? Please speak. Yes. Oh, I think you've been muted. You're on mute. Okay, Mahamadou, we're going to start in a moment, okay? Thank you very much to both of you, Mahamadou and Zuma. So we're going to hear from Niger and Colombia. And earlier in the program, we heard from Finland, we heard from Yemen also, and Cambodia. We got the picture from those three countries, what the challenges were and the opportunities when it came from translating the pathways in theory to implementing in practice. Now, in these breakout sessions, we're going to hear from two countries in each session. And in this session, it's your two countries, Niger and Colombia. And I'm going to ask you basically to give us an update on the national food system transformation pathway in your respective countries, just for 5 or 6 minutes each. And then we are going to respond to what you've said. And then we'll feed back to you and we'll get a dialogue going. And so by the end, we will have 4 or 5 key messages that we will feed back to the plenary session, but based on what you've told us about your countries, okay? So I'm going to start off with you, Zulma Yanira Fonseca Centeno. You're smiling, and I say it with vigor because I love your name. Right. So please tell us then about progress on national pathways in Colombia and what you think is essential to take them forward. You've got 5, 6 minutes, okay? Please talk to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share our experience to the implementation of our pathway. So we define the Colombia moves towards the transformation of equitable, healthy, sustainable, and resilient food systems pathway last year. For its implementation, we have a work plan has been established with specific commitments and responsibilities hit by the Intersectoral Commission for Food and Nutrition Security. This commission is comprised of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Ministry of Health and Social Protection, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Housing, City and Territory, Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism, Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, National Planning Department, Rural Development Agency, Social Prosperity, Colombian Institute of Family Welfare, and the Colombian Association of Nutrition and Dietetics faculties. The action established for each of the action paths in the country pathways require regulatory support through policy instruments that guarantee the financial and technical resources for its implementation. We have some advances in the implementation for each action track. For example, in the track 1, ensuring access to safe and nutritious food for all, we have something called the Great Alliance for Nutrition, that is a strategy led by the First Lady in our country that was implemented with the following objectives. First one, position child nutrition as a national cause, mobilize and coordinate actors in concerted initiatives that generate impact on child nutrition, to take advantage of knowledge, experience, and resources to advance towards equal opportunities for children. We have some results to implement the Great Alliance. For example, achieve 39% reduction in reported deaths of children under 5 years due to and associated with undernutrition that is still a problem in our country. And also we have other important result, that is the implementation of the 10-year breastfeeding and complementary feeding plan. For the action track 2, adopting sustainable consumption patterns, we advanced with the implementation of the public procurement law to strengthen local value chains and short food supply chains. Also, we progress in the implementation of the National Plan for the Promotion of the Peasant, Family, and Community Economy to support projects and initiatives to shore food supply chains. The law for the adoption of measures to promote healthy food environments and prevent non-communicable diseases was enacted. Also, we had some advances in promoting environmentally friendly production. We have a policy to prevent and reduce food losses and waste was formulated and adopted in March of this year. And this is an important initiative in the region. Update of the environment, we give guidelines for banana, coffee, cocoa, horticulture, and potato production with a focus on circular economy is also working in the country. We have also implementation of the rapid response to the pandemic and economic reactivation policies that is continued now after the pandemic. For now, I think this is the advances that we have in our pathway.
Fantastic, Zuma. I'm going to ask you a quick follow-up. How challenging was it to bring all these tracks together to actually turn the aims into something concrete? How much of a challenge was that?
Now, Colombia is currently undergoing a change of government. We have to take care of our pathway is following in the next government. In August, we will have a new president and will establish the National Development Plan for the next 4 years. So in this context, we expect to have allocation of technical and economic resource for the implementation, monitoring and evaluation of the food system transformation pathway. Also, we hope the implementation of the pathway requires citizen participation, as well as sectoral and intersectoral articulation and communication with the national government and the local level, and update of the pathway actions and compromise to face the new challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And finally, we have we must be adapted the pathway according to the situation that affect national food security, such as the current war between Russia and Ukraine, which has had a notable impact on food prices, especially on food production supplies. These are the principal challenges now.
Tremendous. Thank you very much indeed to Zulma Yanira Fonseca Centeno, should I say. Fantastic. Okay, so let's hear now from Niger. We have Monsieur Mahamadou Aboubakar, who is the coordinator and focal point at the Haut Commissariat de l'Initiative 3N. So, Cellule Nutrition, Scaling Up Nutrition, Niger. Do we have you, Monsieur Aboubakar? Let's see if we can see him. He appears to have dropped off the line. If we can try and get him back, please. In the meantime, let's see if we can get any responses to what we heard from, in terms of Zulma's presentation from Colombia, while we're waiting for Monsieur Aboubakar to rejoin us. I think he had quite a difficult line there. Stefanos, let me go to you first of all, because it seems that one of the challenges for Colombia is that they're in transition at the moment. So under the previous or the outgoing administration, there seems to have been adoption of a national plan. The problem is the new government will come in and it may have different priorities. It may tinker with the plan. I mean, I'm sure Zulma is hoping that whatever was agreed previously will continue. But your brief reflections on what she said, just very quickly before we go back to Aboubakar.
Something that struck me is that she mentioned about specific quantitative targets. Yes. She said 39% reduction. I didn't get.
Merci, je peux commencer?
Pas encore, si vous voulez. Please wait 1 minute, Aboubakar. Yes.
And I think these could be motivations for any new administration, because if you had a national process that came up with specific targets, this is something that can be used.
Yes.
So I think transitions are happening all the time, and we need to see transitions as an opportunity to take things forward. Yes. The best way to do this, and I do know about transitioning of governments, is to make the new administration take ownership of this thing. So not present it as something like that we have prepared this for you, but there's an opportunity here and we need your new leadership to understand how this could be taken further. For me, this is the way to deal with transitions. Another thing is that I think that big part of the national processes for the dialogues was run by the technical people in the ministries. And these, in most cases, remain there, if not all, a good group of them. So I think in finding the links between the technical people and the new political appointees, that it will make the difference. And the third is that it's a pressure also. I mean, the food system dialogues was the multi-stakeholder process. So it's not only internally the government or the administration fighting to continue something, but it's using the stakeholders, the private sector, the youth, to make clear that that was an achievement of the people and needs to be maintained.
Very good. Thank you, Stefanos. That was a really, really good response there. That really was very, very helpful. So I'm pleased to say, Monsieur Mahamadou Aboubakar, we now would like to hear a few minutes from you on what is happening in Niger as far as the food systems transformation pathway. Give us a progress update, please, from Niger.
Merci à vous. J'espère que vous me permettrez de parler français.
Aha, well, not everybody here. We have no interpretation service, sadly. Malheureusement, Il n'y a pas d'interprète. Et moi, bon, je comprends français, mais je ne suis pas du tout capable de traduire à chaque A. Mais nous avons quelqu'un qui peut faire ça.
Oui.
Yes, okay. But please beware that you will have to stop after 3 sentences.
Okay.
So that she can translate, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I can try to speak slowly.
Yes.
I need more time.
Yes, but it's important, Abubakar, it's important that you stop after 3 sentences. Yes.
Oui.
Allez-y.
Et ok, je suis en train de partir, mais il faut qu'on désactive la transcription en direct parce que là, il y a une interférence chez moi. Parfait. Merci. Donc, je vais aller doucement. Pour dire que au Niger, en tout cas, merci de nous avoir fait l'honneur d'être invités et de participer à cette assemblée. Pour le Niger, il faut dire que nous avons donc nous nous sommes appuyés sur l'existant pour identifier 7 voies pour la transformation des systèmes alimentaires. Ces 7 voies traduisent les défis que nous rencontrons au Niger. Le premier défi, c'est l'amélioration de la gouvernance et le financement des systèmes alimentaires. Le deuxième levier ou défi ou la voie, c'est l'impulsion des réformes administratives et législatives assorties d'accès facilitant l'opérationnalisation de ces réformes-là.
OK, pour l'instant, Abubakar, merci. So please stop for now so that we can have our interpretation of what you have said.
La troisième voie, c'est la promotion des chaînes de valeur.
Dr. Abubakar, si vous voulez, arrêtez, s'il vous plaît, pour l'instant, parce qu'il y a ma collègue ici qui va faire l'interprétation de ce que vous avez dit jusqu'ici. So please, yes, okay, she's gonna, yeah.
Okay, and it's informal interpretation. So basically, he thanks you for the invitation to participate in this meeting. And he says in Niger, they have identified 7 pathways, if we can say, priorities for food system transformation, which are based on the challenges they face today. The number 1 is the improvement of the governance system for food system transformation. The number 2 is a reform of an administrative and legislative reform to put in place the policies that are required for food system transformation. And he was just starting with the third one, which is basically value chain promotion. So that's where he stopped.
Voilà. Alors, Monsieur le docteur Abubakar,
oui,
si
merci.
Vous voulez continuer.
Continuer avec la 4e voie, qui est le renforcement de la recherche et de l'innovation pour les systèmes alimentaires durables. La 5e, c'est la promotion et le renforcement de la vulgarisation et de l'appui conseil agricole. La 6e voie, c'est le renforcement de la résilience et du relèvement. Et la 7e, c'est la promotion des données statistiques de qualité pour l'aide à la décision. Donc, voilà. Donc, ces voies sont... Oui. Oui. OK, très bien. Alors, Les 7 voies sont opérationnalisées dans notre plan d'action pour la mise en œuvre de notre politique nationale pour la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, qui est l'initiative 3N. Et toutes ces voies ont été identifiées à la suite des concertations multi-acteurs qu'on a organisées au niveau national jusqu'au niveau sous-national, subnational, avec l'appui des différents acteurs intervenant dans le domaine de la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Je veux dire par là les donateurs, les réseaux sont. Je veux attendre pour la transcription.
Oui, merci.
Merci.
Good, very good, Dr. Abubakar. He knows now, he knows. Fantastic. Excellent. Okay, so Madame Nadine va faire l'interprétation. So we're now going to get our second round of interpretation. Sorry to put so much pressure on you, please.
And I'm trying my best. So he mentioned the 7 priorities for the food system transformation. As I mentioned, it's governance, number 1, administrative and legal reform, promotion of selected value chain. He added focus on research and innovation, extension services, attention also to resilience and recovery, and finally, data to inform and guide decision-making. He says these 7 priorities have been operationalized in the National Policy for Food Security, and it was based on a multi-stakeholder consultation, which took place at the national and at the sub-national level with the support of their partners, including donors, and that's where he stopped.
Wonderful. Okay, so Mamadou Abubakar, c'est à vous encore une fois. Over to you. Vous avez la parole. Oui. Ah, vous êtes muté, je crois. You're on mute.
En fait, j'ai une interférence. C'est pour ça que j'ai demandé de désactiver la transcription en direct. Donc, ça fait qu'il y a toujours le passage encore.
Oh, he's hearing some interpretation.
Mais je pense que ça doit être à votre niveau puisqu'il n'y a pas d'interprétation ici. Donc, nous entendons des voix chez vous, mais il n'y a pas d'interprétation ici.
Il y a une transcription en direct. En tout cas, il y a une transcription en direct chez moi. Voilà.
Je ne sais pas.
Okay.
I think what may be happening is that the people online are getting interpretation. It could be that's what's happening, but we here in the room are not getting any interpretation, apart from the excellent Nadine here, my colleague. So we'll have to continue like this, Abubakar. So please come to your conclusion, please, so that we can then get Nadine to interpret.
OK. Donc, je peux aller rapidement en disant que toutes ces voies, la mise en œuvre de toutes ces voies est en cours. Oui, exact. En fait, sur l'écran, c'est écrit CC, transcription en direct. J'ai touché et ça fait, l'autre a activé la transcription en direct pour la réunion.
Oui, I understand. Oui, je comprends, mais c'est pas pour les gens ici dans la salle. C'est pour les gens en Zoom. Nous ne recevons pas l'interprétation, sauf par Nadine.
Donc, désolé pour ces désagréments techniques. Sinon, ce que je peux dire, voilà. Alors, je disais que ces voies, leur mise en œuvre dépend. Ouais.
Abubakar, please continue and talk to us, please.
Monsieur Boubacar, est-ce que vous êtes en mesure, Aboubacar, vous êtes en mesure de nous parler?
Oui, je vous entends. Je peux vous parler. En fait, chaque fois que je parle, il y a toujours ce que j'ai dit qui vient encore en plus et ce que vous dites qui vient et ça fait double parole. Mais soit,
je pense que c'est quelque chose que vous devez désactiver sur votre ordinateur. Vous avez activé vous avez dit la traduction simultanée, donc essayez de voir si vous pouvez la désactiver sur votre ordinateur puisque ce n'est pas quelque chose qui a été fait ici.
Oui, j'essaie parce que je vois l'autre a activé la transcription en direct pour la réunion. Si vous regardez en bas, après participant, discussion, partage.
Live transcript. Do you see the CC? There's something live transcript here, CC, and it says it's activated.
Oh, right. Yes.
The fourth button.
We don't have that.
Well, apparently it needs to be deactivated by the technicians because he says that he's getting back everything he said.
Oh, he's getting the feedback.
Yes, everything is. Do you understand what is complete? Okay. Monsieur Aboubacar, ils sont en train de regarder avec les techniciens. Vous pouvez continuer entre-temps malgré les désagréments. Vous voulez continuer?
Oui.
Allez-y.
Je peux vous dire que la mise en œuvre de ces voies-là est faite à travers notre politique nationale de sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, qui est l'initiative 3N. Et bien sûr, nous sommes un pays qui a une longue histoire de crise alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Et bien sûr, à cela, en plus des défis connus, s'ajoute l'insécurité, puisque le Niger est un pays du Sahel. Donc, nous sommes en train de mettre en œuvre, en tenant en compte les défis nouveaux, en faisant le lien entre l'urgence et le développement. Donc, la mise en œuvre de ces voies-là, évidemment, nécessite beaucoup de ressources. Et notre principale priorité, c'est la mobilisation des acteurs et la mobilisation des ressources en mettant l'accent sur la qualité de la dépense et activer ces leviers-là pour voir ou pour en tout cas lever ou répondre à ces grands défis de sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle au Niger. Alors, il faut, si vous permettez que je continue, nous avons pour opérationnaliser ces voies,
I think, Boubacar, we have received your main points. I think we understand how you have gone from the national pathways or from the summit last year, the UN summit, to your own country-specific national pathway and the challenges you're facing in mobilizing and embracing what you know you have to do. So for the moment, thank you very much indeed for that. What we want to do now is to take the two examples of Colombia and Niger and see if we can work out in this room and with the people contributing online, what are the key drivers? We want 3 to 4 key drivers for taking national pathways forward. Now, we heard earlier in the previous plenary sessions that coordination was one of them, financing another, mobilization data. But this is me pulling out some of the things that I took from those earlier sessions. But looking specifically at Colombia and Niger, I want to involve our colleagues in the room and get from them what they think are key drivers for taking national pathways forward. Does anybody want to kick us off, to start us off?
About their own countries.
Yes, that's good, yes. And you can also talk about your own countries, because that will help to feed into the drivers that we're going to take forward and feed back to the plenary. Does anybody want to start us off with a key driver? I'm looking at you, Agnes, a little bit. I know you will have at least one driver, I know that. Yes, please. Yes.
Is this on?
Yes, it is on, yes.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, could you put it towards you, I think?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you both of you, our colleague from Niger and from Colombia. First of all, for being such a central part of participating in the food systems, dialogues and conversations, the national pathways. I think Colombia, you asked a specific question around how the transition in Colombia is going to affect the work you're doing. I honestly believe and have seen your government involved in many international places, especially to do with food systems, taking leadership and demonstrating leadership. It's almost becoming like second nature. So I am not sure that this is something that your country would want to drop. So maybe the real issue here is how our colleagues in the hub can work with you all to bring to speed your government and help them come to speed with regards to what had been achieved. So you can work with the hub and make sure that the administration is briefed very early on with regards to the commitments they made in the Food System Summit, but also with regards to overall perception and engagement that you all have been able to achieve through the commitments that your government has made. I think Stefanos put it very well. So follow up with the hub and making sure that again, things happen quickly, I think would be really good. In terms of drivers, as we go forward, I mean, you're doing already an amazing job of trying to identify the gaps, because what we don't know, right? So being able to identify the gaps and being very clear how these gaps are connected in the food system, and being able to be very clear around, once you have this, you're able to write it into something that you can share with people who you want to participate, to fund, but also your government, you want your government to fund you, right? So you want to make sure that your government has visibility of what the depth of the problem, but also the possible opportunities and solutions to this problem that they can work on. So I think documenting it and putting really a critical plan forward would be good. Then, of course, the biggest driver, like I said earlier, is going to be how sectors coordinate. You mentioned so many sectors, and I thought that maybe it's not going to be easy to start with all of them. It might be wise to start with a few that are very straightforward and be able to learn from that process. If maybe starting with many might be overwhelming, but if you started with a few and said, okay, these sectors have the biggest footprint or have the biggest opportunity to deliver from a food system perspective, then you might be able to work out a coordination mechanism that then allows you to bring on board more as you go. You know, so I think because the sector is already too complex, maybe starting simple is one of the best answers than starting complex. So you have complexity of factors and you don't know how to differentiate what is causing what problem. Mm-hmm. So I really think that for me, that would be the biggest drive. And then I don't know, Colombia is a middle income country. So I think the role of private sector there is huge. So being able to define the place and role of private sector as a critical driver to advancing food systems, the public part and the private sector part will be critical. In Niger, I think same approach, which is going to be really, really important. And then maybe Niger, one of the biggest challenges I'm seeing today, which relates to the times we are in is this whole food crisis and its impact on people and impact on environment. So strengthening resilience and looking at the collaboration between institutions to strengthen resilience, taking advantage of the Sahel. Don't create new things, build also on things that are already there. How do you take advantage of the Sahel transformation program, and starting with that and making sure that all the partners that are involved in the Sahel transformation program are also involved in your food systems transformation, being very clear how what they do impacts food, right? Access to food and the ability to strengthen the resilience of communities. So that's probably how I would go for it. But I think for Niger, the biggest driver of food system is going to be strengthening resilience. Of course, the other two will play in coordination, coordination mechanisms, finding ways to bring partners together. But strengthening resilience is going to be a very huge entry point for Niger.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed for that, Agnes. Yes, I mean, strengthening that resilience and the coordination as well to critical drivers. Let's see if we have any more drivers. Yeah, Peter, yes. Yeah, it's a good idea to move.
Yeah, this one seems to work. Okay, so since I have to report on this, I also offer my...
yeah, please, you're welcome.
I mean, I think the first thing I heard across both country examples is multi-stakeholder consultations, right? So really to make this a national process, way beyond those actors who are typically maybe involved in agri-food systems. And then secondly, I think it's again multi-thematic, right? Agnes was just referring to this. I was actually compelled by the breadth of the interpretation of, let's say, the food systems concept, right? If we take health on board, et cetera, et cetera. For me, that makes great sense because what we are aiming at is transformation, right? And it's really economic and societal transformation. We are not talking about the agriculture sector, and we're not only talking about the food system. We know that if this transformation within the food system is not taking place, then economies will not transform. So having this breadth, and I fully agree, it's complicated to get everybody on board from the onset. But I think making these linkages specifically to health, this makes great sense. And this seems to be an underlying principle of these national food system pathways, that they are really broad in terms of stakeholder and thematic involvement, which leads to something like policy coherence, right? Across all these different policy sectors and getting everybody on board. And you need to get everybody on board across all policy areas in order to get the finances to actually invest into the transformation. And I guess that I see as one of the major drivers. And then I think what was also mentioned is how do you actually check sort of progress on the way? So the entire sort of M&E issue that goes with it, it will inevitably be a driver, because if what has been already achieved, what is being implemented is not really meticulously observed and checked against, and then also providing an opportunity for adjusting on the way as implementation operationalization is taking place. I guess that is fundamental.
Great, thank you very much. So, I mean, out of those, I mean, I think that the policy coherence, I think, is one of the critical drivers. Just distilling what you were saying, and then methods of checking progress, but accountability, as Agnes said earlier, and the fact that the stakeholder consultation goes way beyond the usual actors, whom sometimes we always call upon in dialogues like this. You think it should go beyond those actors?
I mean, one aspect on this, no, I think in terms of actors by thematic or policy area, I guess what we heard from Colombia, that seems already be inclusive, right? But then really, it's one thing who is engaged in the public sphere in really, let's say, implementing the pathway. The other thing is the upfront consultation, the national consultation with civil society, right? And there, for instance, I mean, I'm one of the co-chairs of the technical working group of rural youth employment. So getting youth on board, for instance, adequately in those processes, have their voices, their opinions, I guess that is absolutely critical and crucial, and should be also one driving aspect in the whole process.
Well, we're talking about youth in some detail tomorrow, I think.
Yeah,
so,
we will.
I'm sure we'll hear from you then. Oh, Agnes, you caught my eye. Yes.
Thank you, Henry. I think for me, one of the driver, and I want to go back to what Ayodeji said before from AFEX, is that food system might be one of the biggest generational challenge we are facing. And you were just talking about the societal change, transformational change. And I think for me, a big driver is social mobilization. I think just like it was with climate, we need to get the issue of food systems out of this very kind of specialized room and audience and get it out there. So that basically when Zuma was talking about the follow-up by the next government, if it's really kind of society project that does the adherence of the whole society, just like now climate, you see the young people on the street and making it their agenda. A food system is the next big challenge we are facing. We need to do the same work, that we need to get it out there. And when you see a child now talking to you about climate change, it wasn't the case 20 years ago. So I think food systems, we need to kind of mainstream and make this issue accessible to everybody so that it becomes a real agenda. Even if we say the stakeholder engagement, if I get out now to the market next door and I see climate change, everybody will speak to me. But if I see food systems, I think I will just have very weird looks like, what is she talking? What is she
this
talking
food here,
about?
what's wrong with you?
Exactly.
That's
the point I wanted to make.
Indeed, thank you very much indeed. Stefanos, yes.
I want to build up on this and actually connect this with the stakeholder engagement and make 3 observations. One is that I do agree we need community projects, we need social projects. We need, even in some cases, if we have the chance, to substitute the representative democracy with participatory democracy to do this. And I think food is an area we can do this. When it comes to the stakeholders, I think, I mean, we have gone through decades of stakeholder engagement, and now we see a lot of very good examples of good stakeholder engagement. I don't know how to say this politically correct, but I'm going to say it. Sometimes we involve stakeholders that they do noise without necessarily being the ones that they need to be involved, and we forget the ones that they are suffering. So I think that the first ones that they need to go to the table is the ones that they are receiving the consequences of transformations or receiving the consequences of impact. So when it comes to climate change, for example, there's no stakeholder than a poor farmer that it's more relevant to this thing. And I don't know how much they represent it. And the third thing I want to say is that the stakeholder process is not there to listen to them. It's there to have them co-create a solution with them. So it's not about asking the stakeholders what they think on this or that, but asking to find solutions from them, because the solutions should come from the ones that they face the dear reality of having to deal with the systems. Now, I agree, if we go out and ask someone about food systems, probably 99% they will look at us like aliens. It brings me back 17 years when I started my career in the UN, and my first job was to go to the so-called Sustainable Consumption and Production branch of the United Nations Environment Programme. And at that point, I had a problem to explain to anyone what I'm doing, because nobody knew sustainable consumption and production. I couldn't explain to my colleagues. Today, I came to this room and there's an intern here. And when I asked her what she studied, she told me I'm studying food and sustainable consumption and production. And my soul smiled.
I'm sure.
My soul smiled. So I think with the hub, Nadine, we can do this. We can do the food system, something that the people will talk and they will know about.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. We need to rattle through a couple of other things. We heard this morning that more support was needed from donors and UN agencies. The question is, what kind of support? Any thoughts from this side of the room? Because of course, donors and UN agencies are supporting already, but is it the right kind of support? What support do you think is needed? Because we want to tell our colleagues in the plenary that we think A, B, or C. So people on this side of the room, I'm just looking. Agnes has already spoken. I'm not going to put her under more pressure, but Madame there, you're there. What do you think? What kind of support is needed?
Well, thank you very much, Henry. I think we need to be exploring more innovative ways of financing. Okay,
Yeah.
I think inevitably demands are always going to exceed the amount of funds that public funding that there is out there at the moment.
Yeah.
So we have to look at a number of different opportunities. One, I think we have to look for exciting ways of working more effectively together with the private sector. Two, we have to look at catalytic funding. Instead of giving grants or concessionary loans at scale, we also need to look at matching grant mechanisms and challenge funds to try and actually catalyze more interest and more investment into the sector.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I think associated with these two areas, I think there's a sort of a packaging issue. The whole food system for many years hasn't received the attention it deserved. And right now it's receiving it for some of the wrong reasons. And what we've got to do is actually make the food system look like an exciting opportunity for youth to start investing in, instead of it being a default option because nobody could get a job and leave the family farm, they end up working there. Instead, people are actually seeking to go and expand activities on the family farm. And I think above all else, we have to listen to people on the ground who are farming. I think for far too long, there have been top-down solutions. I think some of those have worked, but many of them haven't. So we need to work very, very closely with the farmers themselves to try and understand what exactly will work going forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. No, I like the idea of making food and food transformation interesting and exciting as opposed to a fallback option because there was no other job. I mean, trying to excite, especially younger people coming in with talent and energy and ideas and making them think that this is something, I could do something for my career and build up a business in this way and be part of this transformation. Yeah, getting them excited. Anybody else on support needed from donors and key UN agencies? Because we now want to move to key messages to report back to everyone when we do the plenary after lunch. Just looking at you over there. No, before, sorry, Agnes, one more. Yes, thank you. You can give us a key message, which could be your on support needed from donors and UN agencies.
There we go.
Yes, hi.
Hi, good afternoon. So I think key messages in terms of donors is rapid funding mechanisms. That's one that we need immediately in terms of support, but also in terms of integrated funding. So looking cross-sectoral, as my colleague alluded to, catalytic, innovative, challenging, looking at grants. Some of the African countries that we support are indebted significantly, and we continue to put them in greater debt. So really looking at flexible mechanisms that can help support and build the resilience of these governments would be critical, especially now. Thank you.
Which organization are you with?
I'm with AGRA.
Okay. I see, fantastic. Okay, yes, we don't want to load debt upon debts, countries that are already struggling and going deeper and deeper. Great, so I like the idea of rapid funding mechanisms. How long is the cycle, and your situation may have changed by the time the money finally lands. Yes. Gentleman next to you who's looking intently at his screen. Hello, sir. I'm looking at, anybody know this gentleman's name? Sven. I'm just wondering, I can see your focus. And I thought it would be good to hear very briefly from you. What do you think a key message should be that we take back to the broader group? Because our colleague from Agra was talking about rapid funding mechanisms, and we shouldn't be loading debt upon debt. We want to integrate some of the grants, so they make sense. Any thoughts from you? What should the message be? You've heard from Niger, you've heard from Colombia. What do you think we should take back to the group in terms of a message?
I think a lot of it was mentioned before already. And when I was still really listening, I would like to stress what the colleague Peter already said. So looking what is necessary on the ground. It was also mentioned before, the ideas need to come from the countries, are somehow already put into these national pathway strategies. And what I also liked about the Food System Summit process was the involvement of various stakeholders, and especially the youth. This is where our heart also lies, because I'm also a co-chair of the thematic working group on rural youth employment. So to me, it would be really important to get and have youth at the table and involved in all these planning.
Youth with their energy and ideas, and hopefully not stuck in a particular model. That's the idea. Thank you very much. Before we round up this session, let's hear back from our colleagues in Colombia. And this is very brief now. Agnes, yes.
I see there are about 29 people online. I see there are about 29 people online. Maybe you don't have visibility of what's online, but maybe some of them have questions.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking there.
I think
do we have any questions? Sierra, can you see any questions in the chat for Colombia or Niger, or relating to this breakout session? Maybe one or two of them have ideas that we should take into the next session, or have ideas on support or key drivers. Because sadly, I cannot see them from here. Just some comments. Okay, that's fine. All right. There's a hand. Oh, Dr. Abubakar's hand. Yeah. Dr. Abubakar, please coming back into vision. Thank you very much. We're going to be ending this session soon. Please tell us, what do you think the key message should be from this breakout session that we are going to take into the next session? What is the key message from Niger?
Merci beaucoup. Je m'excuse tout à l'heure pour les désagréments techniques. Il y avait une vidéo qui passait et donc il y avait cette interférence. Les messages clés, les deux messages clés pour nous, c'est comment accompagner la gouvernance pour actionner ces leviers et tendre vers des systèmes alimentaires transformés. Comment accompagner les États pour la mobilisation des ressources, et comment supporter les États pour la mise en place des mesures qui leur permettent justement de réussir leur politique de financement qui parviendrait aux petits producteurs. Je veux dire par là, au niveau, via peut-être des canaux comme la microfinance, supporter la société civile et jusqu'à atteindre le secteur privé pour pouvoir transformer les systèmes alimentaires, et ainsi que les institutions de recherche pour les innovations. Alors, tous ces deux messages, je les ai mis dans le chat box pour qu'on puisse les voir et pouvoir les prendre en compte, sachant que la barrière de la langue est là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Dr. Abubakar. And we'll get our contribution from Colombia in just a moment. But Nadine, just thinking about those two key messages that we're going to take away from Niger, what are they?
his two key messages is how can they be supported in putting in place, the countries can be supported in putting in place the right governance system for food system transformation, and how can they be supported as well to mobilize resources, a country like Niger, and finally, how can they be supported to put in place the right policy measures and financing that will benefit small producers. And he's also talking about policy measures in investment for microfinance, research and innovation, mobilization of the private sector, among other things.
Nadine, thank you very much. You're outstanding. Thank you. Fantastic. So Peter, did you get all of that? Most of it. If you can repeat for 1 second. Yeah, Nadine, if you can just repeat. Okay, then, Zuma, let's hear from you from Colombia, please. The final message, please.
Thank you. I think for the session, we have some important messages like the importance of intersectoral articulation, private sector linkage, bringing all the stakeholders closer to food systems issues, and also technical and financial support from cooperation agencies for the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the food system transformation pathway is important. Facilitate the knowledge exchange that contribute for the transformation of the national food systems, and also is so important emphasize on a right to food perspective in the policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, that's wonderful. So we have come to the end of this particular session. Let me thank Dr. Mahamadou Abubakar from Niger, and Madame Zulma Yanira Fonseca Centeno from Colombia. So we have looked at some of the challenges and the opportunities in Niger and Colombia. We've hopefully distilled what you said into a few key messages. We have heard what the UN agencies and the other partners might be able to do to support you in your national pathways towards transformation. And we will feed back what you said to the plenary a little bit later on this afternoon. But let me thank you very much. Are you in Bogota and Niamey? Where are you both? You're in Bogota, where are you?
Now I am in the Quibdó, one of the poorest cities in Colombia. We are working here in Chocó.
Beautiful, fantastic. And Abubakar, where are you?
Je suis au Haut Commissariat à l'initiative 3N, ici à Niamey. Je suis à Niamey, je n'ai pas pu bouger. Je suis.
Fantastic.
J'ai interrompu en ligne. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Well, thank you very much indeed to both of you. Thank you very much to the people in the room. Peter, I know you've been scribbling away and you will distill them down to 4 messages or so, and we will let people know what we discussed elegantly with great interpretation from Nadine and contributions from all our esteemed colleagues. Thank you very much. And I believe we now have time to eat and be sustained, because believe you me, I need some nourishment. I need some good quality, sustainable, wholesome, nourishing food. I need my carbohydrates. I may even need some meat. I may even need some meat in order to get through. And of course, yes, and also some hydration, because people often forget about the importance of hydration. Not Coca-Cola, I'm talking about water, agua, H2O, the stuff of life. Bread, yes, but water. Thank you very much. So I believe, Sierra, that food is just out there, is it? Thank you very much. And so we resume our chat, our deliberations at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy the break and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, yeah, with Abubakar's, I think I don't know quite what happened. I just realized over the break, and that you have been properly watered, coffeed, or nourished. I mean, is there a verb to coffee? Yeah, maybe you've had your coffee or your nourishment. Thank you very much. And all those of you joining us online, thank you very much. You're welcome. I'm hoping you ate in your own way, in your own time, at your own pleasure. But we had a very nice little lunch here at IFED headquarters. Right, so this is now going to be the feedback session following the earlier breakouts, the 4 breakouts, A, B, C, D. And I'm going to call up 2 individuals who are going to be here and 4 who are going to join us online. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 online. I'm going to ask Mr. Ron Hartman, who's Director, Global Engagement, Partnership and Resource Mobilization from IFAD, to join us up on stage. And again, Dr. Stefanos Fotou, Director of the Office of Sustainable Development Goals and Director of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. And then joining us online are Dr. Namukolo Kovic, Director General's Representative to Ethiopia at ILRI, Madame Louise Aubin, UN Resident Coordinator from Niger. So David Gressley, I think David Gressley is here or online? David Gressley is online. Madame Sarah Sekenes, UN Resident Coordinator at the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Madame Rosa Noda Videa, Representante Asistente Programas FAO Bolivia. I see you nodding with joy as I mangled up your name and title. Fantastic. Thank you. I feel the warmth and the pleasure. Thank you very much. So what we're going to do is we're going to be hearing back from each of the 4 groups, A, B, C, D. Each one of them is going to give the 4 or 5 key headlines, the key messages from their group. And remember, each group was having an interaction with a different country or 2, looking at national pathways. We're going to hear back the 4 or so key headlines. And then after each one has spoken, I'm going to get a response from a couple of the 6 or 7 colleagues that I've just introduced, okay? So let's say A will speak, and then I might ask Ron and Stefanos to respond. And then B will speak, and I might ask Dr. Kovic and Madame Aubin to respond, and so it will go, okay? So we'll get a good dialogue going. And also those of you tuning in online, in your numbers, great to still have you with us. Please, if you feel that there is something, a takeaway, or something to do with national pathways that is missing, or you want to amplify or supplement, please feel free to do so. My colleagues will consider it and pass it up to me in the honorable way. Okay, fantastic. So let's have a look. Who should go first? How about panel A? So breakout A, did you have a note taker. Now, I believe, Ron, you were the moderator, but hopefully you were not taking notes. Somebody else was. Also,
we do indeed.
Was it? I see Roberto is listed here. Was it Roberto? Who was it?
Our colleague here. Yeah.
Deji, the private sector took notes. Not that there's anything intrinsically wrong with private sector taking notes. It's good. I'm very happy. Okay, so 4 or so key messages from your breakout group. Which countries did you hear from, first of all? Do you want to put your microphone on?
Niger and Nepal.
Niger and Nepal. Okay, so please hit us with the key messages.
Yeah, thank you. Five major, this is the summary of the summary. But
yes.
So first is there are no blueprints. So we have to have a dynamic strategy that prioritizes local context, and we need to, foster co-creation. So there are no blueprints available. We have to be dynamic in our strategy and make that adaptable. Second, following on that is don't scatter governments. Local priorities, not donor priorities. How can you prioritize what is important in the local context of the food systems and charting that pathway to prosperity?
Mm-hmm.
Third is inclusiveness. How can you build solutions that include the civil society, private sector, public sector, be very inclusive, putting women, youth in the center of the design, not just aftermath of implementation.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth is, what are the critical levers? We need to think knowledge, data, data as a tool for government actions and inactions, innovation, and then innovative finance as well. How do we unlock the capital to make this all happen? Lastly is the time is now. There's nothing we're waiting for. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now you've come in very on time and on budget, which is great. How challenging was it for your group to focus down on just 4 or 5 key points? Because sometimes in these breakout sessions, it goes all over the place and it's very hard to define them. But you're smiling at Ron there. I mean, how was that?
We had Ron. He made it happen.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, Ron, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think we had a very rich discussion, and I think it was easy to summarize because there was a lot of alignment in terms of the issues that were brought forward, both from the colleagues that joined us online, but also the colleagues from the Global Donor Platform membership.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's bounce some of those key messages to our colleagues on the synthesis panel, because this is what we're here to do. Let's hear from Madame Louise Aubin, the UN resident coordinator in Niger. So we're talking about the lack of blueprint. We need a blueprint, real local content, don't sideline governments. It's about local priorities, inclusiveness, and getting those critical levers. Your thoughts on that, Madame Aubin?
I think that was we had a great moderator and great participation. So it's a great summary of the key points that we had. And I probably observe there that, we had a private sector quite close to my country, so from Nigeria to Niger, meaning that the private sector was pretty in tune with what are those critical issues where the private sector could actually have added value. There's very concrete examples like conservation and avoiding post-harvest waste, etc. And on the other hand, we also had around the table stakeholders who have a more regional function, and we're quite cognizant, I think, with the dynamics in the Sahel and the realities of Niger, from humanitarian through to highly security context and the need for accelerated development. So it was a really quite cohesive conversation among people who were able to hone in quite quickly on the issues. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what about the issue of local priorities and governments not being sidelined? Because I got the impression from my session, and we also talked about Niger, that the government's desire for support might be considered by some donors to be, I'm going to be politically incorrect, dependent. And as a result, when they realize that a government may not have the capacity, as much capacity as other governments, they may consider them to be a recipient and not an equal partner. Is that something that you recognize?
I would have no problem recognizing this, and it's not politically incorrect. It's probably the reality when you're working with a government that's always touted as the poorest country in the world, with very deep structural issues preempting development, and in particular in the food sector, where there's chronic food shortages and chronic food insecurity compounded by insecurity. So, but I think our conversation I was able to bring forward, we also have very entrenched, well-tested institutions that actually do require some form of accompaniment and trust. There are governance issues that need to be strengthened, there's no question, but the backdrop is also a political effort to decentralize government and make government more present in very remote areas. So you've got a combination of factors that actually should increase confidence. But again, there's an onus on the part of donors to make sure, and it was one of the points that was raised as a key point from our conversation, is that we also have to be disciplined. Donors, the UN, those who intervene on the ground with programs and projects, we need to be disciplined and more coherent. There are a few set of priorities that the government set forward, and if they are logical, good levers for change, that is where we need to focus and drop a little bit multiple offers because they offer visibility to a donor, etc. We really have to stick to a game plan, and the game plan does exist in Niger.
Thank you very much, Madame Aubin. And let me pivot over to David Gressley, your UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Yemen. What do you think of those 4 or 5 messages that came from that initial session, talking about blueprints, local content, priorities, inclusiveness, and critical levers? And how much does that resonate with what you see?
Well, I think all of those are extremely important points, particularly in a conflict kind of situation. Inclusiveness is often difficult to achieve, but extremely necessary for longer term stability. So I would highlight that in particular. As I discussed in a breakout group that I was in, we face particular challenges here because the country is divided between a recognized government that controls about 25 territory that 25% of the people live in, and a non-recognized authority for the balance, which is 70% or so. Though those numbers are sometimes disputed. So it makes it complicated in terms of how to deal with this. But I think what we're working on here as donors, UN, World Bank, the IFIs, pretty good approach, I think, to look at it, how we can get the economy off its knees and back to generate the income, reduce prices that make and help resurrect food systems, to make it more affordable for people to take care of themselves instead of relying on humanitarian assistance. So we've come a long distance in that regard, looking at it not only from a humanitarian assistance, not only from a development assistance either, but also from a broader economic approach, looking at the economic constraints imposed by the conflict to unleash those constraints to let the economy thrive once again. And finally, of course, all of that fits into a larger political sphere between the two parties, but also in the region. So it's important to have an overall strategy in this kind of a context that is political and economic, as well as development and humanitarian in terms of response. So that would be a quick response from my side. Over.
Great, thank you very much indeed for that, David. Now let's hear what happened in breakout room, let me see, B. I think moderator was Maurizio. And who was the rapporteur? Who is gonna give us the key headlines from that session. And remember, we want you to amplify, to build on, to complement what was said, not say exactly the same thing. So only give me only new, fresh and interesting. Julie from DR Congo, the Office of the Presidency.
Yes,
yes, I'm expecting great things from you.
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor.
Yes.
Okay, not to repeat what was just previously said. So what we can add is that the coordination of the action has improved over years. I know people are complaining about not enough coordination, but still, if we compare to 10 years ago, thanks to the GDPRD and also the older UNFSS dynamic, there is better coordination. Especially the summit has broken down the silos. So it has brought the aspect of working systematically as on a systemic base, like with all the sectors and all the stakeholders as well. And the improvement that is needed is to identify the right actors for the implementation, especially the private sector, the SMEs or industry that are not enough represented at the discussion tables. So they should be more involved. Mm-hmm. And we can also mention the knowledge products that are developed. For instance, FAO, CIRED, EC50 Rapid Food System Assessment, and also the GIZ, BMZ, EC funded evidence-based and costed country roadmaps in Ethiopia, Malawi, and Nigeria. And one other thing, we mentioned alignment, and like for instance, for Congo, I can mention the National Investment Plan in Agriculture, where we need help with the assessment and also the update to go more from agriculture to also nutrition and food security. Mm-hmm. So that's what can be added to the previous elements.
Fantastic. Well, you delivered. Thank you very much indeed. All right. And how easy was it to find consensus in your group? I mean, I see that Mauricio, well, with Mauricio driving the agenda forward, I'm sure that you aligned and you managed to bring things down to 4 or 5 quite quickly. How did it go?
It was not hard. It was easy. I mean,
it was quite obvious. All right.
We are sharing the same concerns, so it's easy to come to same conclusions. Excellent.
Okay. Well, let's hear what some of our synthesis panelists make of that. Let's go to Dr. Namukolo Kovic at ILRI, Ethiopia. Dr. Kovic, hello to you. You heard then from breakout room B. They were focusing on coordination, but it's better now than it was 10 years ago, which is great to hear. Silos are breaking down. Fantastic, very, very important. The right actors are being identified. Are they being as involved as they need to be? Maybe not yet, but hopefully progress in there. But alignment, alignment, alignment. So they're the 4 I think I've picked up from you, Julie. Your thoughts, please, Dr.
Yeah, on my thoughts, I think I want to start with the issue of alignment being critical. And this is because food systems brings on board multiple actors, each with their own vested interests in the food system. And so the idea of having a vision to the transformation pathway that can align all these multiple actors, I think would be helpful. And that would also help in enhancing the coordination amongst the stakeholders. So I think that visionary approach would help with the alignment. In terms of identifying the right actors, I think it's not so much identifying the right actors, but ensuring that the actors identify their unique entry points to contribute towards the transformation process, because different actors will actually have different entry points. They will have different things that they need to do. But whatever they do, it needs to be aligned to getting that vision that has been set for the transformation pathway, ensuring those linkages towards outcomes like nutrition and health, as well as sustainability aspects. So when we look at the issue of having costed country roadmaps, there is also need to ensure that the different elements of the roadmap actually align towards delivering on the transformation vision, and that you minimize the trade-offs therein. And so those would be my thoughts for now. And if that alignment is then promoted, that helps to break further these silos and perhaps avoid even building new silos once the old ones have been broken. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Dr. Kovic. Ron Hartman, what was your response to the 4 key points, 4 key messages that came from Breakout Room B? You know, the coordination, better than it was, but not perfect, of course. No one's doing it perfectly. Identifying right actors, but as Dr. Kovic said, it's about the right entry points, which is interesting, but alignment again.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, the symmetry between all of the different groups and the discussions that we've been having. In Group A, Boris from GIZ sort of gave us a little bit of a back to the future thought, recounting, you know, some of the commitments that were made by the international community in the past around harmonization and alignment, and perhaps it's time to revisit and rekindle and perhaps boost some of the commitments that have been made. What was interesting for me in the early session this morning, where we had the Rwandan minister speaking, was she focused around, you know, donor priorities aligning to national priorities.
Yes.
And that, for me, sort of contextualizes a little bit where the problem is. It should be sort of national priorities driving what donors invest in, what donors should be focusing on. And at the moment, it's a little bit perhaps in places the other way around.
I mean, is it, and then this is with reference to what I said about Niger, partly because the donor or the guys with the money, you know, and who feel they have the expertise, simply don't think that the recipient or partner government has the capacity, knows enough, is too unstable, and so therefore needs to be led. And that's been the practice thus far. And it continues, for all the words to the contrary, it continues to be the case in a significant number of partnerships.
That's a factor, but it's hard to generalize in each context what's driving. Sometimes it'll be around making sure that the right kind of partnership frameworks are in place. Sometimes it's around understanding the political economy and incentives. Other times it's around, you know, what kind of opportunities are there versus the capacity there is to implement. So it's a range of different different scenarios. What was mentioned in Group 1 is not blueprint, as you said before, but no blueprint.
Oh, sorry, no blueprint.
And I think that's really important, because while there are similarities across food systems, across continents, across countries, every local context is very different, and therefore a localized approach that's appropriate, that's inclusive, that's sustainable, is really important for food system transformation.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Ron. Okay, so let's go to Breakout Room C. Jim was the moderator there, that's right. And who did you identify as a rapporteur who's prepared, having listened to the 2 previous summaries, responses, to add something new, fresh, intriguing, challenging? I see a man looking at me and smiling nervously. This is good. This is good. Who is that?
Günther.
Günther, hello, Günther. I once studied Günter Grass, die Blechtrommel, but that was a very long time ago. Remember the tin drum? Okay, so please hit us with 4 or 5 new thoughts, or if they're old thoughts, give them a fresh spin.
Okay, I will bring you 3 observations and 4 kind of levers. So in terms of 3 observations that came out of the group, I think one key observation was that follow-up to the Food System Summit and to the transformation pathways is actually happening. They are not only existing on paper. When we go to Ethiopia, when we go to Nigeria, when we go to Yemen, something is happening there, and we heard about it, and I will touch a bit on that later. The second point, second observation is from the group, I think that food systems thinking provides innovative framing. And we heard the word vision. It is really essential to have a vision. We reheard the word game changing. So there's something out there that brings something new. And I think this food systems approach, it brings together the aspects of people like food or health or income, planet like climate or biodiversity, prosperity like win-win or trade-offs. So there's something new in this approach and we need to embrace that newness of it. The third general observation is that context really matters. The three countries that we heard from are at different stages. Like Nigeria has already produced a wonderful brochure on pathways to food systems transformation, and they're already thinking how to integrate the food systems thinking into their national plans. In Ethiopia, we heard about the plan to localize the coalitions on healthy diets, on school feeding, and so on. So something is happening there. It's different from Nigeria, but there's action on the ground. And it was particularly interesting also to hear from Yemen, how food systems transformation plays out in a conflict setting, when you have to think about insurance cost of food, or when you need to talk about import bills, when you don't have an economic base to buy your food. So very different issues in very different contexts. So these were the general observations. Now let me talk about 4 levers. One, I think that was heard so loudly, was that national ownership is key. I think it has to really start with national ownership, and that can also be multi-stakeholder ownership. It's not only government. The second lever, I think, is around coordination. And coordination is not only about donor coordination, it's also about national coordination. It's knowing where people have to go to when they want to do something about food systems. Where are the contact points? And there may be many. And it's a whole coordination system, I think, that has to be thought through and established and put to work. In terms of donor coordination, we also heard about interesting, innovative things that are happening. For example, France reported about already at the level of the embassy, donors are coordinating at that level. So there's different kind of coordination points also on the donor side that could be further explored. I also want to just step back for a moment from the meeting itself and reflect on what actually happened in that room. We had people on the screen in different countries. We had people in the room sitting next to one another, talking in pairs. They were all there at the same time, talking about a common topic. I mean, it was a masterpiece of coordination. And I think we can learn a lot of lessons from those who have prepared this meeting, to have actually this hybrid meeting, not as a kind of information flow from one end to the other, but real interaction. And that is about coordination. So I think even reflecting on the meeting provides a lot of insight. Next lever, third lever, is around technical support and capability. And there, I think what I heard there, it's not about technical support from global to local. It's really about co-design, about learning together how to do it. It's also thinking through that technical support means not only knowing about the substance. If you want to know about food systems, you need to be able to talk about biodiversity, about CO2, about calories in the food and so on. So it's really hard substantive knowledge that is required for that, but it's also process knowledge that we need for technical support to make that work. And a really important point is that very often there are players that are not in the room. Those who disrupt the food system, the innovators, very often they come from the tech side, they come from the engineering side. They are not in the food systems community. And yet they have a huge bearing on what the future food systems will look like. So that's also something to consider. How do we bring these people into the conversation? And lastly, the lever of finance. We talked a lot about repurposing, but we also said that repurposing is not enough. We also need additionality. So we need additional resources to implement a food systems approach.
Wow, Gunther, let me say that was a contribution worthy of your illustrious literary predecessor, Gunter Grass. That was really quite something. You gave me a lot to think about there. I was just scribbling down again. I mean, you built on what went before, which is fantastic there. And I mean, I was just, you described quite concretely, actually. I put a cross by coordination points. Some people are using the embassy as a coordination point, because I was thinking to myself, what are the right coordination points? Do people know where to go if they want to coordinate and align? Embassy. Yes, why not? Why not? Okay, let's get the response of some of our colleagues from the synthesis panel. I'm going to go to Madam Sarah Sekenes, who is the UN resident coordinator at the People's Democratic Republic. Sarah, are you there? Where are you?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. And
yes,
that's a mouthful with a Lao PDR.
No, happy with the mouthful. So the coordination point was one of the many things Gunther said that jumped at me. What jumped out at you?
Thank you. I mean, after all of the speakers and Gunther going through so many points now, it's difficult to find points that have not been mentioned, but I'll elaborate a little bit on them. And on the coordination, and you mentioned the embassies, I actually would say that that's probably not where I would think that the coordination should take place. The coordination needs to be done by the government itself. We can support, and I think that all of us have a role to do that. And the UN here, for example, co-chairs with the government the development coordination in the country. But I do think that that would be one of those ownership components that are really critical. There's also a tendency, even though many have mentioned the nutrition element, there's a tendency when we speak about food systems that we focus much more on the production system rather than the consumption system. And I think it's important then to realize that on the consumption side and on the production side, we have many different stakeholders and kind of unpack what we mean with stakeholders. In Laos, about 60% of the population lives in the countryside. 80% of the population is in some way, shape, or form dependent on agriculture, but in different ways. So you have everything from subsistence cultivation, where they really rely on it for their sustenance and food, to smallholders that tend to access markets and have a little bit of business going on. They depend on it for their livelihood, even though that livelihood is fairly meager. And they might complement with other types of jobs. But then you also have the increased commercialization of the agriculture sector here. And that here actually brings with it a risk, because some of this, also I think because of the land ownership structure in the country, which I think is similar to many countries where there hasn't necessarily been a land reform. It's state-owned, but states tend to commission this out for commercial agriculture activities. And there we end up with a little bit of a problem, because we have traditional use of some of this land. And when vulnerable groups and indigenous groups suddenly lose the permission to use this land, we tend to forget that they're actually also a stakeholder in this. And we need to look at the most vulnerable in terms of the commercialization of agriculture activities. And therefore look at the whole span of both producers and consumers, realizing that the consumption is everything from sustenance and nutrition to export goods that actually feeds the private sector, the national economy, and not least in a country, for example, like here, that's trying to really prepare itself for graduating from the least developed country classification, which really demands a lot of export when you have that the only ways of rendering some cash to move the rest of the system and the engine of the economy around. So I think what I could add then was the land issue in terms of being aware of how land reform needs to be part of this to really cater for those most vulnerable. looking at the diverse group of both those within the production cycle and on the consumption side, and therefore really needing to disaggregate data to determine, because the incentives for all of these various groups will be very, very different depending on what group you belong, whether you're an indigenous, high mountain, small scale livelihood and sustenance farmer, or whether you're a commercialized huge plantation style for export. These incentives are different. The voice is different. The places that at the table is different. And I think we can't do enough in terms of ensuring that disaggregation of data, so we know who we're talking about when we look at improving and sustaining food systems. I think I'll stop there.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very worthwhile contribution. When you talk about data, we'll be discussing data a little bit later on this afternoon, optimizing the good quality data, making it work for us. That's tremendous. And yeah, remembering the diversity of actors and thinking about the consumer as well as the producer, who we always have top of mind. Stefanos, Dr. Foot to you. I'm just wondering what jumped out at you there from session C. Your thoughts on that?
Maybe three things. So on the coordination, which we listen also from another session that it's going better.
Yes.
I think, and I've seen different coordination, I think they go better because they don't coordinate for coordination, but they coordinate for outputs. Mm-hmm. And that's an important part. Yeah. And that's a lesson we are learning in the hub. So we try the coordination to be around specific outputs. The second thing is that it's something that Gunnar mentioned about the donors. And right now, the food system, financing food system transformations could be one of the most hot topics. Could be a topic that I will even say will survive the development money that they are taking out of the development accounts and they go to the humanitarian crisis we have through the world. But for this to happen, I think we need to respect, and my kind pledge and wish to the donors is look at what the countries have already done and don't try to prioritize again. Sometimes we go in an endless cycle of prioritization while the priorities are still there. So at least for the countries that they had good pathways and they have done this through a multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral process, we know what needs to be financed. And in addition to prioritization, I think that a very big part of support is not the money that they will go through technical support to the donors to the countries, but the money could be leveraged by the financial institutions. I'm looking at IFAD here, not only IFAD, the regional banks, the World Bank, all the global funds. We need to make them relevant to the food system transformations. And let me say that the last point for me would be that we all know that we need to focus at the country level. And right now, we might have a risk of losing the momentum because of the war in Ukraine. And we don't need to lose this momentum. And it really gets a small amount of resources relatively to keep the momentum. I've discussed with some countries and they do want to keep the small teams they have already put there. They want to keep a couple of people that they were pivotal on doing this transformation. So this is something we need to keep focusing. And that's something that the Hub would like very much to talk with the donor community.
Great. Thank you very much indeed for that, Stefanos. Okay, good. Let me see. Perhaps now we can go to breakout room D, which was held here, the Italian room, and I was moderating, and we had 2 online participants, one from Niger and one from Colombia. And I believe Peter Vobs, what do you say? Huh? Yes, over there.
Thank you. So let me, I think there will be more symmetries, as it has been mentioned before, but I will try to emphasize and to complement. You just mentioned the 2 countries we heard from,
yes.
Niger as well as the first group and Colombia. we haven't tried to recap the dimensions of the pathways like coordination, tech support, but really try to concentrate on the drivers to address existing and persisting challenges. And for us, the first and foremost important driver to make this really a national inclusive process is that you need multi-stakeholder consultations and processes. So really listening to the people on the ground, small-scale farmers in particular, but also youth, civil society by and large, including at community level, because that's where the implementation finally is happening. But also involving the private sector from the onset is absolutely key. And for us, that was a fundamental thing, also where maybe those countries who are not there yet can learn from those who have undergone these processes. A little bit linked to this, we had a comparison with the big theme of climate change. If you go out and actually grab anybody on the street and you would ask him about his or her opinion on climate change, everybody would immediately know what you're talking about. If you would talk about agri-food systems, people, or 95% of people, would probably stare at you and had no clue what this is actually about. So we need to get out there into the societies and make this more known. So really bringing out the importance of the topic to the stakeholders, but also the final sort of recipients. In the end, this is all about food intake, right? Consumers, etc. So outreach, mainstream this as a topic within societal context. And for those who then want to engage in this, make food systems look like an exciting opportunity and not like an economic fallback position. So that was the first complex, let's say, in terms of drivers. The second one is also, again, multi-stakeholder, but more from a multi-political thematic angle. So really a multi-thematic approach, working towards policy coherence and linking to all necessary policy areas. And there is a little bit of a danger to be too broad and to try to address this all simultaneously at the same time. But you need to be also broad in order to bring the food systems context into a broader economic transformation process and make it very clear to everybody that this is really key. And if this is not happening, then broader economic development is probably not happening as well. And one example here was really the whole issue of health. It's not only about healthy diets, let's say, that you would directly associate with agri-food systems or food systems by and large, but also healthcare systems, right? And the sustainability of healthcare systems within this context. So that was a very impressive, actually, coalition in Colombia of ministries and other institutions that were actually participating in this overall process. And the third one is straightforward, M&E and accountability, if you want to call it that. So really concrete indicators that are being monitored, a monitoring system that also would allow for timely adjustment of the operationalization and the implementation of the national pathways. If you don't really look at what you're doing, if you don't sit back, analyze it, if you don't draw the lessons to be learned from the process, then you probably get stuck at some point. And if you want to really bring this forward in a meaningful manner, then you have to spend the effort. And the fourth one is something that I guess all the groups have mentioned, but I re-emphasize it, is the funding, right? And funding is essential. Money makes the world go round, from the private side, but also from the public side. In innovative funding approaches, rapid funding mechanisms was mentioned, catalytic funding, matching grants, challenge funds, integrated financing, and so on and so forth. And I guess that is the biggest challenge and the biggest driver of the full-scale operationalization of the national pathways, because without, and that was mentioned as well, additional resources and efforts, probably this is not going to happen at the scale necessary. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed for that, Peter. Let's see, I think we should go to Madame Rosenova Videa, who's at FAO in Bolivia, represent, my Spanish is terrible, but Asistente Programas. You're smiling with sympathy at my appalling Spanish. That's fine, that's fine. But yes, I mean, one of the things that jumped out at me, and I was in that session, was, yes, it's true, a few years ago, the term climate change, most people didn't really have a concept. They were sort of broadly aware of it. Now almost everybody has got an opinion, and very few people deny that something is happening. And children went around on strike around the world, and every government somewhere has to engage, and meaningfully now, if only to say something at COP, but usually for more than that. But then, as we said in our group, you mentioned, you know, food systems, transformation and pathways, and people wouldn't understand, even though they themselves are highly affected by it in all countries around the world. Please, what struck you? What would you like to, how would you respond to what you heard?
Well, I think that we all agree that transforming food systems is a challenging opportunity for us as donors, as UN agencies, to work all together in a coordinated manner. You know that in Bolivia, we have a lot of adverse events that is really challenging for us to deal with this and to deal with all these crises that we are supporting. So I think that it's really important to provide coordinated support to the countries, and it is necessary to support countries to have defined a country strategy, but a clear one. I think this we are all talking about how this strategy must be multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary, participatory, holistic, and integrated country strategies. So, but I really want to mention, and I really want to highlight that it is really necessary to consider this national strategy with a regional approach, with a global one, which houses the country in a regional context. All the United Nations agencies and all the donors, we have offices in most of the countries, and this allows us to provide support to the countries in strategic terms, and I really think that's important. Our countries need that, this strategic view of how to deal with this transformation of our food systems. So I think it's important to understand the needs of each country, but integrating it into the regional vision. This would constitute a real support for the transformation of food systems in the longer term. And I think it's really naive to think that each country come out of this crisis, of this climate change crisis, and in isolation way. It is naive to think that each country can transform its food systems in isolation, you know. So I think a vision of complementarity, synergy, and learning between countries is really needed. So I think this event is absolutely necessary and useful for all countries in the world to see how countries are dealing with this challenge. You know, in Bolivia, we established a roadmap that offers multiple areas of focus to support national transformation pathways, including national innovation, ecosystems, societal and institutional innovations, knowledge and technological innovation also. And somebody was talking also about data and digital solutions. But also we recognize the importance to improve global food systems and how countries will need to lead national multi-stakeholder transformations. And this is important, while cooperating at regional and global levels. And our region, especially with the support of FAO, we are working in this regional strategy. So I think that was important to mention. Promoting national food system transformation requires these regional innovation ecosystems by creating inclusive national innovation strategies that are adequately supported, committed, and of course to be resourced. Finally, I think that we are talking about innovation, and innovation is key action in this process. So we can speed up food system transformation and accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs by transforming food systems and taking a broad view of innovation. This includes a main aspect, how we collaborate and work with different stakeholders as today, including the most vulnerable, as Bolivia. And innovation must feature inclusive and participatory decision-making involving a diverse set of stakeholders by be the small-scale producers, women, young, indigenous people. So I think it's really necessary to have all these actors in this process, but to be able to engage them in an equitable manner that will enable this greater success in creating a robust and sustainable food system transformation in our countries.
Thank you very much indeed, and delivered with a lot of energy. I like that too, Madam Rossi Nova Videa, so representing FAO in Bolivia, the programming there. I'm just wondering, before I've got a question that's coming here, and let me say to all our friends and colleagues who are tuning in, is that 49 of you? That's good. Participants, so the numbers stay steady. Pleased about that, good. If you have questions, and you can still get them in during this session, we've got another 20 or so minutes left of this session. Please fire them in now, make them tight and relevant, and we'll try and get them to our panelists. Before I get to this question from James Mwanda in Uganda, I'm just wondering if any of our other synthesis panel members feel that we should emphasize the regional nature of the pathways as well as the national, because we've been talking a lot about national, local ownership, national, but Madame Nova Videa has been saying, think about regional, because that's how she's thinking. Anybody want to say anything about that? Just raise your hand if you're not. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so Sarah Sekenes, yes, you want to say something about that?
Yes, indeed. I think it's absolutely correct to think of it from a regional perspective. I'm sitting in a landlocked country that is nothing without its regional context, and it's really trying to integrate. And there's lots going on in the ASEAN group here, and I'm sure that actually is relevant in all regional contexts. And it will be critical for Lao to be put into the context of trade and export, but also being heavily dependent on import, obviously connecting to the food systems in neighboring countries. And if I can take the opportunity to just mention one thing that perhaps links also to some of the impatience that you mentioned from donors in terms of saying that why is it not happening and how come it doesn't materialize? We've been waiting for so long. I think one of the critical points that is very much emphasized in the humanitarian development nexus, and even though this is not a humanitarian context, it's equally valid. It's the multi-year funding structure, because most funding actually comes in annual disbursements and annual agreements, which of course brings with it some impatience. You want results of your investment in a year. But when you look at transforming food systems, you're actually talking about a multi-annual process that will require some patience in terms of the transformation element. Otherwise, we will just replicate year from year what we've been doing for many years. So multi-year funding would be an additional thing and a signal to the donor group. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Well, let me say, Sarah, I think you must have been talking to James Mwanda in Uganda, because here's his question. Governments, he says, from the developing world usually request funding for projects. However, more often than not, the financing either comes in late or not the total amount requested. And in most cases, this problem causes the failure of these projects, as the asking government has to readjust the budget and objectives, denting the overall goals of the funding and the projects. Particularly when it comes to climate change, projects aimed at fighting climate change will be seriously affected, thus increasing vulnerability and exposure. What do the panelists comment on this pertinent issue? So Sarah, we've heard what you've got to say. I'm just looking to see who I could go to next. David Gressley, any thoughts on that? James being very concerned about the nature of funding for projects and often it comes in late or not the total amount. And as a result, the overall goals are not achieved. And then he's obviously thinking about it in a, well, he may mention climate change, but of course, we're thinking about pathways and food systems and implementing the goals.
Well, I would fully agree with the point that's being made, and even the earlier point on the regional approach as well. But without a multi-year approach and some level of guarantee of consistent funding, it's difficult to change systems with the consistency that's required. So I would fully agree with that point. But our funding mechanisms typically are not designed for that. It's usually a patchwork of things put together that try to achieve as much as possible. But then with lack of consistency, I'm thinking from a donor point of view, lack of consistency on leadership of that support. There's often rapid turnover of personnel and so forth that does not lead to consistency either in working with partners, whether they're in the government or in the country itself. And I think that's a weakness in our system of donor support, and one where when you are working on systems that you need to take I think a longer term view, both in terms of funding, but in terms of individual commitment to be supporting that all the way through. If not, you end up with different views. Everybody thinks whoever they replaced didn't do as good a job as they're doing, and they change things. And that's confusing when you get conflicting support, conflicting advice. So I would throw in the consistency, not only of funding, but of the support and nature of that support. Over.
Thank you very much, David Gressley. Now, Dr. Namukolo Kovic at ILRI in Ethiopia, please, your thoughts.
Yeah, my thoughts on both issues. On the regional perspectives, definitely. Particularly for the African continent, I think Agnes already alluded to the CAADP framework that we already have. And the CAADP framework has a CAADP biennial review process that is taking place. But there's already discussions in the African Union about putting a food systems lens on the CAADP process. The Africa Common Position on the UN Food Systems Summit has already done that. And there are currently discussions on adding food systems indicators in the CAADP biennial review process. So having these regional frameworks where multiple countries have already agreed to implementing really can catalyze things on the continent. And then with the issue of budgets and funding that is not consistent, I fully agree with what David and the others have said about the need for that consistency. But I also think it points to another angle. And it is the angle of really ensuring that the investments that take place are catalytic in nature, as opposed to being the end and all of now we can't do anything anymore. So I think there is need for donors to really think in terms of investments being catalytic, such that we create both pull and push factors from the policy perspective and from the demand perspective, so that the transformation can begin to propel and build momentum on its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kovic. Actually, you know, people have been using this term catalytic quite a bit today and in other sessions. And I would love it if somebody could give me an example of an investment that they've been responsible for or witnessed being catalytic, what it catalyzed, how transformative it was, because, you know, we've got probably abstract ideas in our minds of what catalytic investment might look like as opposed to ordinary regular investment, traditional investment. But it would be great to have an example of a catalytic investment that helped to transform in a food systems context, because I think that would be really interesting and exciting to hear, because Dr. Kovic, yes, I agree, catalytic, yes, but I want to feel this. You know, we know what a catalytic converter does in a car. Okay, what about catalytic when it comes to investments in a food systems, pathway or transformation? I'm looking at everybody to see if somebody's eyes are lighting with fire and who has got a vision of something. We talked about vision earlier. Gunther, yes? You got an idea of? Yes? You will give me an example of some kind of catalytic investment in a food systems context? Flash 9 or? No, I'm not going to leave you hanging, don't worry. Before you do run, I think Gunther's coming through.
Okay, I think in terms of visionary, I think what's really important is to think through where do you want to go with the food system? What does it look like?
Yes.
Okay, and there are so many dimensions that we can consider. For example, a very simple dimension is crop livestock balance. It would change, introducing a principle of crop livestock balance would change the production system in so many places, yes. But it's not there. So it is a catalytic intervention just to think about key principles that would transform the food system. Or another catalytic intervention could be an innovation. If you get your protein from a bioreactor and you say, I don't produce any more protein on my fields, it will change around completely the food system. So thinking about an innovation that is disruptive, yeah. It may be not only catalytic, it may be fundamentally transformative.
Yes. Thank you for that, Gunther. So Ron, okay, let's go.
Well, I was going to say something similar. What's catalytic is dependent upon what the terms of the investment is and, yes. And the context itself. So it might be scale, it might be innovation. There could also be some other outcomes. For us, in terms of the Food System Summit, there were some of the coalitions that were discussed during the summit that I feel were very catalytic. The work that WFP has pioneered with FAO and EFAD around school feeding has been catalytic in a lot of places. Right. Some of the work that EFAD has done with Indigenous peoples has been very catalytic in terms of their inclusion, improving nutrition and food security outcomes. Work that's happened on rural finance across the African continent, but also elsewhere has been catalytic in providing access to finance, etc. So it really depends on the context. Yes. A lot of the catalytic impact that us as financiers often look at is scale. You know, how can we take a small innovation that's tested somewhere and then make sure that innovation benefits the maximum amount of people possible? And that's really important in terms of the food security challenges that we face as a global community at the moment.
Tremendous. Thank you very much for that. That's really, really good. And I'm just thinking, I mean, we've got about another 7 or 8 minutes left. I'm just wondering, Stefanos, what you're thinking all of this means for the UN Coordination Hub. Because as I said this morning when we met, you tweeted happily on the 16th of May that we're up and running and we're ready for business, and you've amplified that to some degree here today. But having heard all of this over the last hour and being part of the synthesis panel, how do you absorb what you're getting here and feed it into the Coordination Hub as a catalyst for what you do?
I think, I mean, the first time I heard myself the word catalyst was in chemistry lessons.
Yes, I remember that as well.
And catalyst there was something like an accelerator,
yes,
or an enabler. So you're using a catalyst either to accelerate a process or to enable a process. And catalyst could be an enzyme, for example, that it will make something happen.
Yes.
So what I see from the discussion today and from other discussions I've participated the last month is that there are elements of food system solutions out there in what we vaguely call the Food System Summit ecosystem of support. There are elements of the solutions. Nobody has the perfect recipe on what a food system transformation means and how can be done. And I think that this is the most challenging answer. The one question that they are from the conveners, which I will repeat, they do say You convinced us it's about food systems, it's not about agriculture. Now tell us how we can make it at the field level. So there are elements of the solutions, and no one of us will have the absolute solution. But I think we all have to contribute. I will agree that there's not one recipe to fit all. I want to challenge a little bit the idea that we don't have a blueprint. At least in the UN system, the 2030 agenda and the SDGs is a blueprint. Or if you don't want to call it a blueprint, call it a beacon, because this is where we need to target. So what I see as the catalytic work of the hub is to bring these solutions together, put them in a context of an open access set to the national governments, to the conveners, and then work with the national stakeholders, the agencies at the national level, the offices of FAO, of IFAD, of WFP in the countries, and offer to the countries this portfolio, and then the countries will select. Not the day before yesterday, yesterday, the hub had a 3 hours workshop with the coalitions of support. And we tried to identify some of the things that we could do together. And at the end of the workshop, and a couple of people here, Gunne was there also, there was a proposal to the hub, which was saying, you know, there are 27 or 30 coalitions out there. You need to select only few of them to work. And I say, no. The hub is going to offer the platform of cooperation to everybody. It's the market that it will clear the coalitions and the solution providers. If the coalitions, the science, the stakeholders, they have something to offer to the conveners, this added value will be recognized, will be identified, and I think the countries will use it. A catalyst usually needs a fluid in which operates. Usually it's a fluid. I don't know why, but you know, all the enzymes need to be in a fluid situation. And this fluid
Ron is smiling as we're getting some chemistry here. This is good.
And this fluid is some of the catalytic resources we will need to mobilize in the next 18 months to 2 years before we make sure that the entire body of the food systems follow up, which should be the big funds, the big banks, the private sector is ready to not only take the catalyst, but do the big business.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Stefanos. That's great. Thank you very much indeed. So we're coming towards the end of this session. I'm just thinking about our virtual panelists, and I think one or two of you haven't spoken as perhaps much as you could have done. So I'm thinking, Louise has gone slightly incognito there for a second indeed. Oh, she's back, smiling. A couple of closing thoughts. I mean, what are the one or two greatest actions or actions that would make the greatest difference for the national pathways and food systems? Do you have, you know, one or two thoughts about an action or two that would make the greatest difference for the national pathways at this point now where we are? Do you have any thoughts on that, Louise, as we come to the close of this particular session? Because we've already heard from Stefanos, he's energized, he's got his fluid ready, you know, the catalyst. Oh, no. So we've got the catalyst, but we need the fluid, the viscous fluid that will harbor this enzyme. But we know what we're talking about. We're ready. What do you think, Louise? Can you add something to this catalyst so that when the fluid comes, it's going to go pow?
I don't know about this viscous fluid, but I'm just going to I'm going to stick to what is it that I know. I think for everyone who's emphasized the need to focus on tailoring food system support to the national level, I think alignment with national policies, national institutions, and capacity building there, and having right governance structures or governance models that increase confidence for investment, etc. all of that package, I think, is extremely important, very relevant to Niger. We might be talking about the poorest country in the world, the one surrounded by terrorism, with a very severe food crisis with indicators that we haven't seen in 10 years. Nonetheless, it does have some pillars that we do need to invest in and not reinvent the wheel, in as much as we do need innovation, technology, etc. But we need to create that investment confidence. And I think that starts with, the government plans, leadership, and institutions. The other aspect that maybe hasn't been put forward in those terms is the all of society approach. There was emphasis on, recognizing a regional approach, and of course, you can't dissociate Niger from the Sahel. For the same reasons that my colleague from Laos said, just in terms of enclavement and geography, climate, but also trading networks, etc. But I would not want to be absorbed in processes that steer away from the tailored approach required for the country. So the all of society approach does ensure that re-emphasizing the role of women's groups, women's farmers, the very necessary work to job creation aspect to channel youth, a hugely growing youth cohort that really need to be channeled. And I think the food systems approach is really an opportunity there for Niger. So just a couple of thoughts on top of the very needed nexus with urgency, humanitarian response, and development funding.
Thank you very much indeed, Louise Aubin, UN resident coordinator in Niger. I like this all of society approach that you mentioned. A brief word in closing before I'm going to pivot back to you, Ron, to help us round off the session. But Madame Rose Nova Videa, quick thought from you on an action that would make the greatest difference for the national pathways and food systems at the country level. I mean, Louise says all of society approach. What do you say?
I want to share with you something that we have created or maybe made an analysis in Bolivia. And this is about a solution that we found because this issue is really challenging. So how can we avoid all these issues and also to face this in an assertive manner? So through this process, Bolivia has achieved an important milestone, and that is in order to achieve this transformation of food systems, and we decided to carry out differentiated strategies. And I really believe that this would apply to all countries as an innovative contribution to the process. We have recognized the existence of 3 food systems: the indigenous one, the agrobusiness food system, and a food system called agroecological or differentiated quality or in transition. So this allows us to address the transformation in a differentiated way. And I think this is important. So we can make this tailored, and with differentiated strategies and actions and public policies. And that's the way we are working this in Bolivia, because it was a broad approach. So we decided to go into 3 main food systems. So we recognized not one, we recognized 3 of them. So in this way, we really think that we can obtain greater success in the process, greater ownership, and therefore a response and a change in a longer term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rosa Noda Video. Thank you very much to our panelists. That was the synthesis panel. And I think we need, Ron, then in a way, very briefly, to synthesize what we've just heard, if you would be so bold, because we've had a range of responses from the 4 feedback rapporteurs. And then, of course, our colleagues on the panel have amplified those. I'm just wondering what our concluding thoughts will be before we break, and we're going to go into data. That's another very, very important one in about 15 or so minutes time. What is your abiding thought as you synthesize what we've heard in the last hour or so? Yeah.
what's really apparent to me is it's been terrific to hear from the resident coordinators, the representative from ILDRI, and also FAO, just bringing in that context from the countries themselves, that reality of what types of support are needed. I guess my reflections while I've been listening to the discussions build on what Stefanos said in the opening session, and built on a little bit now, about the need to deconceptualize food systems. And what was really interesting in the working group discussion we had was the Nepali representative spoke about what kind of support is required by the government of Nepal. When he was talking about knowledge, he was talking about monitoring, evaluation, talking about finance, etc. And for us, from donors and development partners, one of the key aspects that we need to try to respond to is not so much our own objectives, but the demand for support and appropriate support at the country level. What we're hearing from many of our member states is they need help in dealing with some of the challenges that are immediate at the moment related to some of the structural issues in food systems. And a big issue facing our member states at the moment is around the policy trade-offs that they face with food systems. Last month at the World Bank IMF meetings, we had the Minister of Indonesia, Minister of Finance from Indonesia, participate in a side event with our president. And she was talking about some trade restrictions that Indonesia recently had imposed on cooking oils. And it relates to what Johannes was saying in the earlier session before about the lessons learned from 2008 seem to be repeating themselves a little bit now. But she was describing, what for her as a minister does she need to do? She's worried about local food security. She's worried about, of course, the political context in country, but they know also the effect of restrictions on international trade, prices, etc. So for us as a development community, how we can provide support in the right kind of way, whether it's knowledge, innovation, technical, financing, to help countries that don't have the capacity at this stage to think through what kind of policy frameworks need to be in place, what kind of support needs to be in place, and what kind of coordination can be leveraged from development partners to support this policy framework, I think is a really critical way forward.
Tremendous.
That's my thoughts.
No, that's great closing thoughts. Thank you very much. Tapo, put your hands together to our panel, please. Ron Hartman, Stefanos Fitu, keep it going, Namukolo Kovic, Louise Oban, come on, more energy, come on. You're about to get a break. David Gressley, Sarah Sekenes, and Rosa Nora Videa. So when we come back after 15 minutes, and I think we have a coffees and teas, your final bit for the final push, I'm into athletics, track and field. And so if you're trying to break the mile world record, the hardest lap is the third lap because you want to die. But if you can just stay in touch with the leaders, when they ring the bell, then you might be in touching distance and you may somehow from somewhere find that very famous finishing kick and then get there. Maybe not break the world record, but at least be in touch. So that's where we are now. We're at the start of that third lap, nearly there. Fantastic. So please take a little break. And when we come back, we're going to eat, sleep, and drink data. Fantastic. Okay, see you shortly in 15 minutes. Wonderful. Okay. I was wondering if we could get ourselves back to order. Because we're going to talk about optimizing the use of data in decision making. And so we've got a good up to 90 minutes or 80 minutes or so for this session. And it's going to be chaired remotely. But first, a word. I mean, it's not just in the context of food systems. It's on a whole range of development areas that people talk about the lack of data for making informed decisions, both by the development partners, the donors, and other actors. And the private sector often say they're reluctant to come in because they don't really know whether the figures that they're going to be making investment decisions on are robust and up to date. And when it comes to decision making on food systems, that also applies. So we're going to talk about that with a range of speakers. We have a keynote, we have updates on data initiatives involving research organizations, involving Series 2030, involving GDPRD. Most of our participants are going to be online, but of course we can be engaged here as well and can also make interventions as well if we catch the speaker's eye. So I'm delighted to invite the moderator of our session. She's going to be joining us online. We'll be able to see her on the screen there. She is the Senior Director of Policy at the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data at Columbia University in NYC. And I can see her looking hopefully at me right now. I'm looking straight at the camera. Yes, she is Jenna Slotin. And Jenna, I believe you're going to try and do something now. This is a hybrid event. And there aren't many events where the person chairing is remote and a lot of the people in the room are going to be directed by her, but this is one of those. So fantastic. Looking forward to this session very much, very into data, as we all are here in this room. So I'm going to hand over to you and let you take it away.
Thank you, Henry, and thanks for having me. We'll do our best. We'll see how we do in this hybrid format. The majority of our speakers for this discussion in this session are online, so let's see how we manage. And perhaps, Henry, I'll ask for your help in case we have questions in the room during the Q&A. We'll manage, I'm sure. So welcome everyone to this session. As Henry said, it's called Optimizing the Use of Data in Decision Making. And my name is Jenna Slotin, and I'm coming to you from the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. We're really honored to be putting this session together today. As Henry said, this is an incredibly important topic, especially as the world is facing cascading crises of climate change, the pandemic, and of course, the war in Ukraine, putting food security under severe threat. As we got started a little late, I want to move really just directly to the speakers. We have a great mix of speakers to discuss this with us today. And we'll be focusing specifically on why data is so important to implementing national pathways for food systems transformation, and what the global donor community can do to support countries to strengthen their data systems, fill data gaps, and improve capacities to avail themselves of new technology and data to respond to crises and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So we'll first go to our keynote address, and I'll introduce Joseph Glauber, who is currently the chairman of Agriculture Market Information Systems, AMIS, which we've heard a lot about in the current crisis. He's also the Senior Research Fellow on Markets, Trade, and Institutions Division at the International Food Policy Research Institute. And Joe will focus on why authoritative, accurate, and reliable data is such an important basis for collective action, and how better data contributes to greater policy coherence in crisis response. So over to you, Joe, please. And I'll just say that I'll be merciless on timekeeping. So please, over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I'm going to share my screen here as we're speaking. Okay, great. I presume everyone can see the screen, and I'll just move forward. Okay, so what I thought I would do is talk a lot about a couple of efforts I've been involved with over the course of my career in terms of improving market information, in particular to inform policymakers. Prior to my current position at IFPRI, and I spent 30 years with the Department of Agriculture in the US, where I oversaw a lot of the global supply and demand outlook, the monthly forecast that USDA puts out. And what I thought I'd do is talk a little bit about that, the development of that operation, and then talk a lot about AMIS, because AMIS is something I was involved with the establishment back in 2011, and have been involved with it very closely. As Jenna mentioned, I'm currently serve as the interim secretary of AMIS. So let me move on. Okay, doesn't seem to want to let me move the slides. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna wing it here, and because I don't think you really need to see the slides anyway. Let's just stop this. And what I thought I would do is so my first, again, I mentioned that the Department of Agriculture, it has been involved. It actually was created in the 1860s primarily to gather data for farmers. Also did just a little bit of research in development or technological innovation in the sense that it also was responsible for disseminating seeds and other things like that, but it was mainly collecting data. And back in the 1920s, all of a sudden, USDA started thinking about, well, how to provide analysis with that data. And at that point, in fact, in 1924, they held their first Outlook Forum, which an event they've been holding ever since, once a year, where they give an outlook for the next year. And that, again, since the 1920s, and they developed analyses through their statistics service. They have a economic research service that does particular studies on demand, on other sorts of aspects of the balance sheet. They have a foreign agricultural service that collect data both within the capitals, but also utilize a lot of Earth observation data for forecasts. And these groups were all producing estimates, and everyone thought that they were doing a great job until the early 1970s, when the former Soviet Union came in and bought a lot of grain. And they bought a lot of grain over the course of about 6 weeks that was really caught the market off guard. And all of a sudden, stocks were very low. Global stocks, price volatility, prices went through the ceiling. It became known as the global grain robbery, not through the fault of the Russians. The Soviets actually came in and were buying grain. It just wasn't known to anyone. And USDA was decided that they needed to do a better job of their gathering information. So they had all the pieces there. It was just that policymakers were hearing from one organization that was saying, well, they thought the crop was X, where another group was saying that the crop was Y. So what was formed was something called the World Agricultural Outlook Board in the mid-70s, in direct response to the grain deals that we saw in the early 1970s. And since that time, they've had a group that meets monthly that coordinates the estimates across the department, and they put those out in a monthly report. And that report has gone on from just being primarily domestic focused, that is US supply and demand estimates, now to do estimates on about 15 to 20 commodities every month. They're put online. There's one can download all the latest data. And it incorporates, again, thinking not only of the statistics service in the US, but also through Earth observation data, through foreign countries' posts and other things is used to gather data. So let me turn from there because that's been available again. I think those World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates are viewed by some as sort of the gold standard for at least global market intelligence. There are other groups that do it, including groups like the International Grains Council. But what we saw in 2011, was a lot of concern with price spikes that were occurring in the wheat market, but also in the maize and soybean market, and rice market was high as well. That was following the price spikes in 2007-8, which had gotten quite severe, particularly in early 2008, when wheat prices in the US went over $20 a bushel, levels, by the way, that we haven't hit with the current crisis in Ukraine. And the rice market was in an uproar as well. And France, who was chairing the G20, decided to get together and have convene the ag ministers from all the G20 countries. And what emerged from that was this group called the institution called the Agricultural Market Information System, which is composed primarily of G20 members. It does have some significant producers and consumers of crops who are non-G20 members. So we have countries like Ukraine, Egypt, others, Thailand, Vietnam, that are important producers for commodities, but aren't G20 members. And AMIS, the idea with AMIS was to provide better information. What AMIS does do is it encapsulates in each of its monthly reports, it shows the USDA's estimates, it shows the International Grains Council estimates, and it shows its own estimates for supply and demand balances for 4 major commodities: wheat, maize, soya, and rice. And I think the idea, at least initially, was that by doing so, it would be able to give an independent view that countries wouldn't necessarily have to depend on US estimates or other estimates, but they could see all these estimates, and it would help policymakers avoid the mistakes that were made in 2007-8 and 2010-11, when we saw a lot of export restrictions be put in play, and which further exacerbated markets, a lot of panic buying, a lot of excessive market volatility. That the idea is that could have helped been prevented had there been better information for some of the countries involved. And certainly we saw that in 2012-13, we had a very large drought in North America. I think AMIS was very successful in calming waters at the time and convening its own members to at least reiterate that markets actually were functioning well, that despite the high prices, and at that time they were record high prices, markets were functioning well, and we saw far fewer export restrictions and other things over that period. Similarly, during COVID, a number of countries initially put on export restrictions on food products. AMIS met several times during that period, and after about 5 or 6 months, I think most countries realized that markets actually were functioning well, despite supply chain disruptions and other things. The major grains, at least, were shipments were moving fine. In fact, we had record high shipments for some commodities during that period. That brings us to the current crisis, and I think, like a lot of other international organizations, one of the struggles has been is that we have both members of that war as members of AMIS, and that's made life difficult at times. But I think we have met several times. We had a seminar on export restrictions, talking about what countries are implementing those restrictions. We've had numerous meetings with the technical group, but it's provided a forum, at least for members to talk about problems that they're seeing in the trade, be it transportation costs, be it bottlenecks, be it production shortfalls, and other things. And so I think actually it's done quite well. AMIS currently is contemplating a increase in scope in terms of, it was mentioned in the previous session about vegetable oils. the vegetable oil market has been very, very hot, and so Amos currently looks at soybean oil, but the idea was that it would look at a lot of other oils like palm oil, like sunflower oil, like canola, or rapeseed oil, that are all major oils traded in the world global marketplace. And then lastly is expanding analysis to include fertilizer and other inputs. This Amos is a small group. It has almost a negligible budget. The G20 isn't a funding organization, I think, as most people know, and so we've depended on donations from member countries. In addition to the countries themselves, there's a secretariat. This composes about 10 international organizations, including EFAD, including FAO, including IFPRI, my own organization, OECD, WTO, World Bank, and these groups all give in-kind support in terms of particular analyses. But again, the idea is that hopefully we'll be able to expand some analysis as we move forward, because as we can see in the current crisis, it's not just the movement of grain, but it also the movement of inputs and other things that are so important. And with that, let me close and can take questions or just participate in the discussion, however you want to handle it. And apologize for the PowerPoint, so certainly can make it available to people afterwards.
Thanks so much, Joe. That was really great. Even without PowerPoint, I think you were super clear, and it was incredibly useful to hear a bit of that history. It's also just so interesting to hear how bringing that information together, getting that clear information provides that forum for discussion, has allowed countries over time to avoid, as you say, exacerbating market volatility, building confidence. And it's also interesting to hear your point about how spending, a relatively little spending, can make such an important difference in terms of confidence in the market. And when we think about investments in data, I think a good way to frame it is spending to save, because in many cases you're spending to save money, to avoid waste, but also spending to avoid making bad situations worse. And better targeting resources to where they're needed with good information. And so that's really an important theme here on optimizing the use of data for decision making. So we're not going to take questions right away because we are a little short on time, because we got started a bit later due to the previous session. But when we do have a moment for Q&A, certainly we'll take any questions folks have for Joe. So we're going to move now to the next segment of this session. And now what we're going to hear some inputs from 4 different data-focused initiatives. I'd ask that all 4 of our speakers, Vasco, David, Jaron, and Davis, please turn on your videos so that you can be with us. We're hearing from these different initiatives because they do really important work, and it's useful to see this sort of range of work that spans from sort of deep and focused work at country level on country data systems and a kind of global level analytical work that's incredibly important for decision making. I will cut you off. You each have 5 minutes because we are short on time and want to have a little bit of time for questions. So first we'll go to Vasco Molini, the program manager of the 50 by 2030 initiative. Over to you, Vasco, please.
Hi, thank you, Jenna. Thank you to everybody. So as you said, I'm program manager of this initiative, 50 by 30, where 50 stands for 50 country by 2030. The goal is to strengthen the production and utilization of agricultural statistics in these 50 countries, and is a partnership between the World Bank, FAO, IFAD, donors, of course, countries, and in general, civil society and whoever is interested in this initiative, really to boost this very important goal. Why it's so important, in particular in this moment? Well, if you do a quick overview over many countries in the developing world, you realize that there is a big lack of fundamental, foundational agricultural data. And you wonder how these countries managed so far to develop, monitor, analyze their policies, their agricultural policies. And this evidence becomes even more striking now that we are facing, unfortunately, I mean, another crisis after several others we had before. And this would put really under strain the resilience of many of these countries. And I mean, unfortunately, they haven't prepared for this new crisis because they actually don't know how much they produce, how they produce, how much is their productivity, what kind of soils they are using, and so on and so forth. So, of course, it's not an initiative that reacts to the emergency. I mean, working on data has a long-term impact on the resilience of the countries, but definitely it's something we have to act on now to avoid to repeat another crisis. Unfortunately, we have seen over the last 10 years that crises are repeating and repeating. So if you really want to build some resilience to these shocks that can come from different other sources. I mean, now we have the war, but we have an ongoing crisis that originates from climate change. We definitely have to invest on this statistics infrastructure that will enable countries to develop good quality policies to boost their resilience and address these constant challenges they are facing. Over to you, Jen. I hope I stayed in my time.
That was fantastic, Vasco. I think you characterized the problem very well. And I just think it's great that we have you here with us to emphasize the importance of that foundational data system that all countries need. So now we'll move over to David Laborde, who is a senior research fellow at IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute. David, over to you.
Thank you, Jenna, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to be here. So in 5 minutes, I will cover 5 points, and starting by the fact that in this middle of the crisis, we see a lot of communication and sometimes communication war, when what people need really is information. And actually, there is a process to move from reality to data, and to data to knowledge, and to knowledge to information. So that's where actually at IFPRI we play a role. Of course, and I will come back on this, we collect some data at IFPRI, but what we do a lot is actually processing and curating some information collected by others in order to make it, I would say, more operational for decision making. And for instance, right now there is a lot of uncertainty on the fertilizer market. As Joe has said before, that's not something that AMIS is covering in detail, so we try to fill with this gap with colleagues. But really, that's the time of process. The second point is building all of that actually takes times. So people want this information in the middle of the crisis, but collecting the information and processing it, and once again translating it's something that can be used by a large number of people is a long investment. Once again with Joe, but through the IFPRI channel, since the beginning of this current crisis, we talk about the food security consequences of that. And in order to summarize what is at stake, we came on the day of the invasion with the fact that 12% of the calories traded globally come from Ukraine and Russia. This number has been used in a lot of places, from head of organization up to CNN, number of media. But in order to get this number, actually, we had to combine different data sets, and that's an investment we did starting in 2015 and 16. And we're very happy to have this tool, to summarize a complex story with an accurate number, but something that people can use, because sometimes the complexity of the world can be a bit of overwhelming for both people in the street and people in cabinet. Now, this specific crisis has also shown something else, it's a crisis on top of a crisis. And COVID-19 itself has been a challenge to collect data, in particular at the household level. So how people are vulnerable today. We have to make a number of assumptions. We have to connect dots. We have to reboot some of the data collection process. And that's something we should not forget, and we want also to catch up with the loss of a couple of years of observation we had, but that complexified the current situation. Now, we also have to come with, I would say, new solution. We have to to be agile about how we look at data, how we get access to some of data and real-time data. In the middle of crisis, we cannot just talk about the world how it was 2 years ago. I mean, it's important to know how the world was before major shocks, including COVID, but we need monthly data in terms of, for example, trade flows. We need to see, which African country is receiving a shipping of wheat or a shipping of fertilizer in the last couple of weeks or months. And so there is huge investment, I think, to do that. Obviously, right now, we are dealing with a much richer world in terms of data, but some are still, in the end of the private sector, so they can be costly to access. So really, I think that here there is a kind of thinking, because, when you see 6 or 7 public organization having to pay the same subscription to a private entity that at the end, or at the beginning, gets its information from another public entity, that is how we think about the value chain of information, what is public, what is private. Obviously, the private sector is doing a great job, but really, in order to get access to this live information, we need to rethink some of the channel and solution. And we can discuss this a bit more, where we stand during the Q&A. But for the last 30 seconds I want to say also information for who. Yes, we want information for policymakers, but they are not the only decision makers. Farmers are decision makers. And I think Joe has been very clear that in the US, these needs have been well identified early on, and that's why some countries have invested. But yesterday, I was talking with a woman that is farming in Kenya, and she was telling me the government has not bring us so much information. Even the partners we work with didn't bring us so much information, in particular on the fact that fertilizer price was rising. If you ask me, 1 year ago, we already know that fertilizer price was starting to increase and will continue. This farmer didn't have this information. She was not able to make choice even 6 months ago about what to buy, when to buy, what should be our crop decision, because she didn't know that today fertilizers are very expensive and maybe there will not enough. So, yes, we need to bring this information to policymakers, but we should also think that other actors in the chain are important, and we need to reduce the cost of access of information for them and find a good way to deliver it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Those were great points, and you stayed within time. So I'm hugely impressed with our first 2 speakers. And we have a speaker in the panel from the African Women's Agribusiness Network. So on your last point, I think we'll make some connections there. So now over to Jaron Porticello, who is the co-director of an initiative called Ceres 2030. Over to you, Jaron.
Great. Thank you so much, Jenna, and thank you to everyone for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to provide a very brief overview of Ceres 2030, Sustainable Solutions to End Hunger, on behalf of my partners, David Laborde and Karen Smaller. As Jenna said, I'm Jaron Porticello from Cornell University. So just very quickly, I think many of you have heard of Ceres 2030 before, but we were a donor-driven initiative designed to inform 2 major questions. First, what are a series of successful interventions that can be used in the international effort to end hunger in a way that also ensures that environmental sustainability is not missed? And then the second question is, what would it cost to implement these interventions and others to end hunger by 2030? So quickly, we produced an evidence-based global roadmap published in the scientific journal Nature of 10 high-impact areas and the additional public investment needed to end hunger, double the incomes of smallholder farmers, and protect the climate. Our process to do this was to engage 84 scientists from 23 countries that reviewed more than 100,000 scientific and development papers and data from the past 20 years. And we've been very energized and humbled by the community's response and receptiveness of our findings. This has helped us strengthen our partnership with the donor community and the Global Donor Platform, as they've worked strategically, and I think the larger community has worked strategically to move forward a complex agenda to provide sufficient food for all, improve incomes and productivity for small-scale producers, makes diets healthier and more affordable, and build capacities needed to adapt to climate change. So I'd like to now just focus my remarks briefly on some of the themes that the panelists have also raised. So I think in terms of a constellation of partnerships and a deep dive into the research have helped us identify and hone in on a few critical issues surrounding data gaps and the broader evidence landscape that I think we can think through today. So just quickly, for example, the data on gender from across the 100,000 papers that we looked at was not nearly as deep or as complete as we had hoped. Only 1 in 10 papers actually looked at gender as a dimension, and even then, some significant shortcomings were identified. A very specific shortcoming was that most studies only included women when they were actually head of a household. And so this means that women who live in a male-headed household, which is a large majority of women, are not being included in the research and the data, and thus their views were rendered invisible through this particular practice. This limits our ability to draw precise conclusions and recommendations when the literature and the data does not equally represent the challenges and views of women. This is just one example that I wanted to share. There are certainly other noteworthy gaps in the data as well. And given that today's session is really focused on coordination and support and food systems transformation, I want to just spend the last moment addressing these gaps as a bigger picture issue. And so I hope that my partners on the panel today would agree with me when I say that we cannot treat our data and our evidence needs as a short-term goal to only collect the right data. Because ending hunger, I think as we know, requires a portfolio of interventions with significant interplay about what works on the farm, in the market, in a more enabling environment and infrastructure that will empower everyone to succeed. The poorest and the most vulnerable are faced with new and harsh realities that remind us that progress will not be made if ideas are implemented in isolation from each other. And so we cannot collect all the data that we need to fill just one gap or solve it through a one-time project or through a data sprint. A food system transformation requires us to take into account a holistic understanding of how farm production impacts consumer nutrition, how intra-household decision-making impacts climate adaptation, so on and so forth. And so in an era of almost imaginable amounts of data, we need to really nurture a transformation of how we monitor gaps in research and data. As David pointed out, how do we get information to people in real time, in a real way that helps them make a decision? And we need to think through the tools and approaches and platforms that we can create to champion long-term and strategic mechanisms that are designed to build capacity for transforming behavior and practice, not only at the individual level, which is captured when we look through papers and data sets, but also across our organizations and our institutions. And just in closing, I think data in all of its forms, and as we're talking about today, really requires us to build long-lasting and trustworthy partnerships with many different groups and partners and stakeholders along the way. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jaren. That was great. And it's really great to see the connections across your presentation and David's presentation, how those data gaps create challenges in modeling and predictions at a kind of global level. But the relationship also between getting data to policymakers, getting data to farmers to make decisions, and how gaps like the one on gender impact decisions in a cascading way, why this is such a holistic challenge. So for the last speaker in this segment, we're going to turn to my colleague, Director of Programs for the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, Davis Adiano. And he's going to focus on, we're going to come back to the country level, the work we do across a range of stakeholders to address some of these data challenges. Over to you, Davis.
Thanks so much, Jenna. I come from Kenya, and so when I heard my country being mentioned, I blinked up and I heard what David said, and luckily I can validate what he said as being true. The Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data is a global network working together to ensure the new opportunities for the data revolution are used to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In practically all the countries we work in, agriculture has been prioritized. But as we have heard already, data to support the sector remains a major gap. Where are the farmers? What are they producing? Where are they producing it? Where is it being delivered and managed? Where are people starving when there's certain parts of the country where there's an overproduction and oversupply? So from our experience, governments across the board do recognize the importance of agriculture and food systems as fundamental assets to national well-being, economic development, and prosperity. So there's no doubt about it. The challenge is that food systems overall suffer from, historical and ongoing underinvestments, which is an ironic contradiction from my perspective. The pirated capture of national food systems remains a major barrier. We all know the vulnerabilities that emerge from this really dire situation and the negative impact on livelihoods. People die as a result, and that's the bottom line. So this is much more than just a data conversation. A lot more is actually at stake, and we have to move quickly. We also observe that many countries have very impressive policies and other declarations on paper, and they commit to, regional, targets, global targets, but weaknesses in implementation and accountability mechanisms, frustrate commensurate actions that are needed by these governments and other partners to make sure that, commitment is translated into meaningful action. Now, while more and better data is a precondition for more effective policy making and service delivery, including in the agriculture sector, at the GPSDD, we have learned that the relationship between data availability and its actual use is not linear. And of course, donors and multilateral organizations sometimes actually compound this problem by contributing to limiting the long-term impact of national food systems as they favor piecemeal approaches, to particular projects. We've heard from our civil society partners, for example, highlighting misalignment between donor priorities and local priorities when it comes to investing in sustainable food systems. A focus on M&E, as opposed to, investing significant resources in comprehensive and sustainable data systems. So we have to challenge the conversion. There has to be a fundamental shift if we are going to make any progress at all. A revolution of sorts, both in the conversations that are happening, but in the practical approach, in partnerships, resource allocation, strengthening capacity, and much more. So much more needs to be done. And our challenge to you is to apply data and evidence to rethink the way in which projects are actually conceived, are actually funded, and focus on building long-term capacity and trust through technical support, investing much more in building sustainable food systems, through partnerships with local partners and public authorities, but very importantly, with an eye on resilience and long-term impact on citizens. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Davis. That was a fantastic view from the country level as well. These have just been outstanding and really clear presentations. I wanted to flag, I've just checked that we can allow this session to run a little bit over, maybe by about 10 minutes. We do need to move now to our panel discussion. We have 3 other speakers. If everyone else can stick around, we'll take all the questions at once. So anyone in the room and online who has questions for any of the speakers will be able to pose them later on in the event. But now we're going to shift to the panel discussion. So I'll ask Beatriz Gacuba, Jose Moncayo, and Conrad Rain, who I think is in the room, to get ready. Beatriz and Jose, if you can put your videos on, I greatly appreciate that. And very much looking forward to our panel discussion today. I'm not seeing our speakers. Do we have them? Great. Here's Beatriz. Wonderful. You'll be our first, Beatriz. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to ask a couple of questions and we'll ask you to keep each response. We'll go in turn, each response 3 minutes each. So Beatriz is the Executive Director of the African Women Agribusiness Network. And to you, Beatriz, first, How can the increased use of data in decision-making support smallholder producers to avert a food crisis in Africa? Over to you, please.
Thank you, Jenna. One Africa is a network that has membership in 44 African countries. We have 3,000 of small-scale, medium, and large enterprises of women-owned and youth-owned agribusinesses on the continent and on a digital platform. So obviously we try to use data to deepen our understanding on issues. But I know I have a short time, so I will just speak on what Jaron and David said, which is very important. And first of all, Jaron, I want to echo her. Yeah, there is inequality in the collection of data and the use of data when it comes to women. We know gender inequality is everywhere, and we as the one, we focus on women in ag. And just to give an example that we really need to reset or re-engineer our methodology when we use the data. You find that all of the, like 5 donors will go to the same area with the same questionnaire and asking the very same women who has no skills in public speaking, who culturally cannot express themselves, who most of the topics they're asking that woman, she doesn't even understand what it is. And really there, I don't think we are working at all. Somebody also mentioned piecemeal. Obviously, each organization going from their own needs without even thinking about the I wouldn't say abuse, but it's almost reaching to abuse of that woman in the rural area. And as we know in Africa, 80% of the food we eat is produced by small-scale farmers. So if we don't take time to readjust the way we think they function, the way they live in the society, and the way they contribute to the whole economy, we won't end hunger. And also, when it comes to, I also speak on the feedback. We collect, somebody mentioned, we collect that data for who? There's never a feedback. No one goes back to those ladies and say what it is. And we don't even know if that data we're collecting. The other day, we did a small need assessment in the northern of one country, and then some of our champions said, but WFP was there the other day, and there also was GIZ, and so what? I mean, the same person struggling to do a business without access to finance, trying to manage her business and her family needs for her business, who doesn't even, some of them don't even know how to cost their product, don't even know how they have no access to financial literacy so they can navigate the financial sector. And we are going there one and on in different steps, in different questions, just for the needs of who, and no feedback to those women. I think we have to coordinate the way we do things. And yes, Jaron and David, Jaron first, we really have now, because we have a platform, we have data, but that data, we don't know why donors are not using it to change the way we design our project and the way we request local and civil organizations who implement, who are donor-driven like ours, to say, hey, what is the feedback? What would we be? What is the recommendation to influence the policy? They should be listening to us and getting information to us, because we contextualize. You get another example just to stop. I will stop there. Is you asking a 45-year-old woman who has a small farm and who use the profit even to, she sells as she goes and she spends as she needs. And you asking her, where do you want to see yourself in 5 years from now? You don't ask those kind of questions. I mean, she won't even answer, because how can she answer? Yeah, so I think we really have to, it's very important. We need data, and this crisis in Ukraine and the war in Ukraine and the impact of the COVID-19 has shown how fragile our food systems are. I mean, it was there before, but it has been highlighted. And if we don't really, as the other colleagues also said, our governments, even the donors, even the masters, the data is sitting in the drawers. How do we use that for implementation? I think we need to reconnect our thinking here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. That was a great sort of summary of the challenge faced by smallholders, particularly women in Africa. So with the second question, I wonder, you highlighted a lot of challenges and a lot of sort of needs. So I'm wondering if you can kind of zero in, if there were one or maybe two actions that you think the global donor community should take to address these challenges and strengthen data systems to enable smallholder farmers to make better decisions. What would the one or two actions be, please?
Okay, I think we need the international organization and material to coordinate the activities. Yeah, and then we also need a more serious dialogue on the usage of data, and the feedback is more important. For me, the data collection and is as good as also the feedback to the beneficiaries. We need to listen to them. We need to listen to those organizations on the ground. What do we have to say? What do we have on those women? What we have their profiles, what they are doing. Why do we go there and start questioning them when we have the available? So sharing of information while also we protecting the source of the information, obviously, because that's another, I'm sure that's another question for another time. But we need to coordinate. We don't need all of us to go individually into those to the same people asking the same question without even compensating them for their time, without even recognizing them in our reports for their time. I think there is a lot of things that, but most of it coordinating and yes, not using data on gender. If we are recognizing that the woman is at the center of the changing the narrative of the food system, then we have to collect more data. Jaron was right, we need to collect more data, and it cannot be just a paragraph on a report. It has to be deep, and we have to come up with adequate and appropriate solutions for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Coordination, listening, getting that contextual information, and those feedback loops are incredibly important. As we heard, the data is only as good as it is used, and not just used by policymakers, but used by farmers. But how can farmers make good use of that data if it's not coming back to them? So those were great points. Thank you. So now we'll turn to Jose Rosero Moncayo, who is the Director of the Statistics Division at the FAO. Thanks, Jose, for joining us. So the first question to you is, where are the critical gaps for food systems transformation as you see them from where you sit?
Oh, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you for the invitation. I think that is a very broad question to respond in so few time, because data gaps are many. Okay, a monitoring system to track food system transformation needs to be fed by data that address the full spectrum of economic, social, and environmental aspects surrounding food. And indeed, there are important and critical data gaps. So let me refer to some of them. So first, let me stress the point that in order to inform food system transformation, we need to have data that describes what is happening in the whole food value chain. The reality is that the data that currently exists are biased toward what is happening at the farm level. There is, relatively speaking, much less information about what is happening in steps such as processing, transformation, distribution, consumption, and waste. And this is, of course, correlated with national data collection processes that are well developed to collect data at farm level, and much less developed and much more scarce for the rest of the value chain. Second, let me highlight that geographically speaking, data is more abundant in the high and upper middle income countries, which are the ones that come with highly developed data collection processes. And it is scarce in low and lower middle income countries where data collection that is needed for action find the common obstacles of lack of resource and technical capacities. Third, and this is from the thematical point of view, there is lack of data and indicators that could present, for example, the general picture of food system at national level. So, for example, we don't have a coordinated effort to compute and monitor the contribution of food systems to the economy or to economic growth. Again, we know how much agriculture contributes to GDP at national level, but if we would like to add to this contribution, the contribution of the rest of the sectors involved in food systems, like the industry, transportation, commerce, accommodation, etc., the exercise is more cumbersome, and the data is normally presented not at the level of disaggregation that is needed to compute this type of, an overall indicator that relates to the entire food system. Another example comes from data on population participating in food activities. Here the gaps are even there, but not even the population participating in agriculture is measured accurately, as most of these activities in low-income countries are informal and with the participation of several unpaid family members that are not well ready. Going from the specific areas or dimensions of food system, there are vital gaps, for example, in the social dimension of livelihoods, poverty, and equity. Here, we don't have an indicator that can accurately measure poverty in the rural sector. A multidimensional measure is better suited than monitoring measures to speak about the specificities of the rural sector, but current data collection systems do not provide all the data that is required. We have also gaps, important gaps in the diet and nutrition domain. There is little consensus about indicators that go beyond the indicators that relate to supply and intakes of certain foods, and that actually can measure the quality of diets. There are also gaps to measure food loss and waste, which is important, of course, in terms of efficiency and sustainability of food systems. But with all of this, my intention, and with this I end, is not to say that the task of monitoring food system transformation is doomed, not at all. I am part of a group of people that believe that there is data already available to make our best to build a monitoring system at national, regional, and global level. In this sense, actually, the main critical gap is the lack of a consent, clear, rigorous, and comprehensive set of available metrics to monitor systematically food system transformation and guide decision makers. And on this, international organizations and academia can help a lot, systematizing what is available in a way to propose a set of indicators that can be used as a reference for monitoring the process of food system transformation. Over.
Thanks so much, Jose. That was a great rundown. I acknowledge that we gave you a very difficult and broad question to answer in a short period of time, but you did a great job. That was an excellent rundown and a good note of optimism on the end. So the second question is, what do you see as the role of UN agencies, and in particular the FAO, in optimizing the use of data for food systems transformation and responding to the food crisis?
Thank you, Jenna. As said, a critical gap, is the lack of rigorous mechanism to track food system transformation that is based on a comprehensive framework of available metrics. And that is exactly where international bodies such as FAO and also academia can contribute, partnering to establish an indicator framework based on what science can tell us are the best indicators we can use from the pool of existing available data. And with this in mind, let me give you a concrete example on how such a collaborative effort is put in motion. So, with the aim of filling the aforementioned gap, FAO has partnered with Johns Hopkins University and with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain in 2021 to create the so-called Food System Countdown Initiative. This is an unparalleled partnership and collaboration with the participation of more than 50 scientists from nearly 30 academic institutions, non-governmental organizations, and UN agencies from nearly all continents. Now, what the Food System Countdown Initiative is proposing is an independent tracking and assessment system for food systems based on a curated and parsimonious set of relevant, high-quality, interpretable, and useful indicators centered around 5 thematic areas that are related to: first, diet, nutrition, and health; second, environment and climate; third, livelihoods, poverty, and equity; fourth, governance; and fifth, resilience and sustainability. So during this year, 2022, these 50 and plus collaborators have worked on selecting a list of indicators that follow criteria such as: first, feasibility, meaning that recent data exists, normally defined as having at least one data point collected in the last 10 years, and that there are also a plan to update this over the next 8 years. Second is coverage, meaning that data exists for at least 70 countries. And third, transparency, meaning that no indicators are calculated with undisclosed modeling methodologies or assumptions. So the list of indicators that has been put together is being validated as we speak by 2 mechanisms: an expert consultation, and second, a series of regional consultations. We have made 5 regional consultations among users related to policy making. So the initiative expects to have until the end of the year a final list of indicators in all the dimensions that can be used as a reference for countries that would like to monitor food system transformation and assess the impact of the actions proposed in their country national pathways. And at the same time, the initiative expects to deliver an annual assessment of the state of global food systems and their transformation. In 2022, the initiative will prepare a first assessment of the state of global food systems, which will serve as a baseline for monitoring progress and potentially, that is what we also want to pursue, to measure performance. So this is a very concrete way that in which we can optimize the use of data currently available to inform food system transformation and promote action, which become even more relevant in the context of crisis and conflict like the one that we are living nowadays. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jose. That was great and wonderful to hear about that initiative. It sort of responds to a number of the themes here around coordinated support, collaboration, building on data that exists, and kind of streamlining support. So now on that theme, we're going to turn to our final speaker in this panel, Konrad Rein, Policy Officer from the European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships, and to bring a donor perspective. So Konrad, to you, what are the key challenges that donors face in coordinating their support for investments in data and data systems at both national and global levels? So thinking a little bit about what we've heard from Beatrice and the other speakers for national level and the kind of global level coordination challenges that Jose was highlighting, please.
I believe the main challenge is certainly not a lack of data in general. I think there's plenty of data available with an increasing ease of access. The challenges actually, in my view, relate more to the timeliness and right frequency of the data, as well as with their transformation into transparent and usable indicators, also what Jose was referring to, that enable donors and policymakers to make evidence-based decisions. And as COVID and the ongoing war have shown us, we needed rapidly, quickly available information that only became available slowly, actually, at the end of the day. And as Vasco was saying, in order to become resilient on these shocks, we need to invest in data. Yeah, over to you, Jenna.
Great, thank you. So perhaps with these challenges that you've identified, can you tell us how you think these challenges can be overcome by the European Commission and the broader donor community?
Yes, I believe we need to invest more in data. I mean, there's no doubt in this. And we as EU, I will give you 3 ongoing examples that we are at present funding. One is the 50 by 2030 initiative that we support with 5 million, and Vasco was speaking about that. Another project is actually managed by Jose's division. It's on strengthening statistical offices. And the third one is, and we are actually a very long-term supporter of this program, is the food security portal, which is managed by IFPRI. And those of you who are not aware of this food security portal, just a little background info. It was developed after the 2007-2008 food price shocks, and the EU, again, as I said, is a long-standing supporter. In fact, now we are preparing the 4th phase to support this portal, and it's actually not only a website; it's also a portal that facilitates that organizes seminars, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, and tries to influence decision-making also at a quite senior level. So it's not only a website, and it is a very, very important program for us. And I think this portal played a key role in the context of COVID-19 and also the war, where, as I said, data was not quickly enough made available. But let's just take COVID-19, when some countries started to implement export restrictions. Then the work of the portal and the tools that were developed by the food security portal, they contributed actually that these restrictions were lifted. And now also on the war, the portal is extremely active with giving data. And this is very important, that for an institution like the European Commission to have reliable data and to be accountable. Of course, we have to be accountable towards taxpayers, civil society, etc. And And we need reliable data. We need data that is constantly updated. That's, you know, frequency is an important issue. So it is one example, and the two other ones I mentioned already, and we heard about it, and I'm happy to take questions on these. In general, monitoring, analysis, early warning dimensions are all very important and for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Conrad, for that. So now we have 15 minutes on our regularly scheduled time. We may be able to bleed over the hour a little bit if there are a lot of questions. We had a number of really compelling and interesting speakers, and I would open the floor and ask that anybody in the room or on Zoom using the chat function puts their question in. Henry, I'll also ask for your help to highlight if there's anybody raising their hand in the room to direct, and please be specific about which speaker you'd like to direct your questions to. The floor is open.
Can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Do you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. My name is Frank from GIZ, and I think I have the most obvious question for all the different initiatives presented. How do you coordinate among yourselves? Is there a kind of more comprehensive data architecture you're looking at?
That's a great question, but it's going to be hard to direct to anyone. So maybe what I'll do is I'll start, maybe we'll hear from, for example, from Jose sitting at FAO. You're at the center of a lot of different initiatives, including academia, other UN agencies and the like. And so maybe we can hear a little bit from you, Jose, on how you facilitate coordination.
No, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I can give it a try. So, I mean, the person that raised the question, sorry that I didn't get your name, has raised is very important, okay? Because we want to believe that the different initiatives that we are implementing have certain level of coordination. Actually, they are designed to achieve a much comprehensive and bigger role, okay? So let me give you from the perspective of the FAO Studies Division what we are doing, and you heard one of these initiatives that was presented by Vasco. So as FAO, we are partners of the 50 by 2030 initiative. As FAO is the institution that is in charge of the data production component. And we're implementing that initiative together with other initiatives, such as the what it is called the global partnership, the global strategy for improving agricultural and rural statistics. Okay, how do we connect both of them? We connect the both of them from the point of view that the global strategy project is basically one that has the objective to build the fundamentals. Okay, the fundamental capacities of the countries in order to be able to produce agricultural statistics. While the 50 by 2030 initiative is a little bit beyond the fundamentals, right? In order to collect agricultural surveys, you need to have already overcome certain fundamental limitations that you had, okay, in order to be able to get some kind of system to collect data, okay? So we have the both of them connected. So countries start, especially the ones in which basically there are no capacities, and we have many in Sub-Saharan Africa. They start with the global strategy. We build capacities, okay? For example, capacities in sampling, in collecting surveys, in using devices to collect data, etc., and etc. And at the moment that they are ready, okay, they are able to graduate from the global strategy and go to the 50 by 2030 initiative. At the same time, we have another initiative. Let me go very briefly on this. That is what we call, what is basically what Conrad referred to, because we have support of the European Commission on this. that is basically what we call internally the Voice of the Hungry project, that has the objective to try to strengthen the capacities of the country level in order to collect data on food security statistics. And here we are talking about chronic food insecurity measures that are part of the SDG indicators. In the same way, we try to more or less target countries that do not have the capacity to collect themselves, but of course that they have potential to do it, okay? And we try to connect them as well with the global strategy project. Over to you, Gina.
Thanks, Jose. That was really great and helpful. Please, Joe, come in.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to mention a couple of things following on Jose's comments, and that is AMOS, by its nature, is sort of a coordinating body, and so we have tried, I think, particularly, since over the last few years, and I would say in particular with the crisis in Ukraine, have tried to maintain some consistency in terms of response across agencies. And as I say, we have several organizations, including FAO, including WFP and EFAD and others who are part of the Secretariat for AMOS. And I highlight something like export restrictions. It was mentioned in the food security portal, and my colleague David Laborde, actually, who's on our panel, has developed a tracker for export restrictions that the food security portal uses, and we've used at IFPRI a lot. And we, as at AMOS, we coordinated a workshop where others who are also tracking those export restrictions, like the WTO, like OECD, like UNCTAD, and others, were able to get together and talk from a technical standpoint about what each other are doing. And I think that's been very, very useful. And again, as I say, and just to echo what Jose was saying, I think it's very, very important so that we don't have 7 or 10 different IOs talking with different numbers and different interpretations of data, that we do have some sort of, I mean, don't get me wrong, differing points of view are really important, but the point is to bring them into a discussion and to hopefully come to some understanding of each other, where these data are coming from. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Joe, and for emphasizing that point. I think this kind of having that dialogue and finding that common ground so that everyone's speaking from sort of the same song sheet, but after sort of rigorously assessing the different pieces and analysis that are coming from different sources is incredibly important, and different methodologies, et cetera. I don't see any hands, but I'd like to actually come back to David and Jaren because of some of the points you made in response to some of the points that Beatrice made. I'd like to pose a question because David, you made the point not just about decision-making for who, you made the point about policymakers and farmers. And Jaren, you highlighted this, the holistic nature of strengthening food systems and the data that underpins food systems. And I'm wondering if each of you can share with you one thought on what you think the sort of donor community can do to avoid the sort of duplication and piecemeal approach that Beatrice was highlighting is felt very viscerally at the country level, and thinking about the data that are needed by farmers. Now that we've heard this really important point about a kind of international coordination across international organizations. So I'll go to Jaren first, and then David, please.
Great. No, thanks, Jenna. And thanks to all of the speakers for the remarkable interventions today. It's really been a pleasure to listen to everyone. So, Jenna, where I'm going to narrow down and sort of zoom into this is I'm going to speak maybe from the perspective of research and academia, right? Just to kind of put this in context. I mean, I think we know that science has an essential role to play in informing agriculture and food systems policies. But as Joe was just referring to, how do we kind of bring levels of coordination into play? I'm going to throw out just a couple of quick statistics. So there's a new peer-reviewed research article that's published every 20 seconds in the sciences across thousands of different journals. And so it's always an interesting question to me when we talk about the gaps that we have in data and research. Yet we're sitting on almost an unimaginable amount of data. This really gets to the question, I think, of data use, and then further data reuse. what kind of coordinated systems do we actually need to be able to make use of this volume of information in a meaningful way? And I know that we in agriculture, and I've worked in international agriculture for the past 15 years, I know that we don't like to be compared to the health sciences community, and that's for very good reason. We have, different data, we have different needs, but I do think that there are some opportunities for us to think about levels of coordination based on what they've done in the health sciences and the medical community for the past 20 years. And I think that they have recognized the importance of being able to translate research findings into evidence and establishing different systems to prioritize, synthesize, and disseminate evidence-based information. And so, the most obvious example for me to point to here is the Cochrane community, which is a resource that really guides coordinated, evidence and evidence dissemination. At this point, more than 90% of WHO guidelines are backed by some type of a Cochrane study or Cochrane recommendation. And while this is not the be-all, end-all, it does provide a platform, some tools, and capacity building in order for people to be able to make or find information that has been coordinated, collated, and collected. And so this is one example that I think we can think about as a community, and recognizing that it did not sprout up overnight. It took more than 20 years to establish something like this, but it is still going strong. And so when we think about levels of coordination, I think it definitely takes more than excellent goodwill, collaboration, and communication. I think it does require us to think seriously about our methodologies, our approaches, and how we're actually asking people to come together and collaborate and share. So I leave it there and pass over to David. Thank you.
Thanks. Over to you, David.
Yes, no, I think this question of actually centralizing information about which data is collected where and by who is currently missing. So that leads to this duplication and inefficiency. And sometimes you will see two cases where you have 5 organizations that publish 5 times some numbers, but all these numbers come from the same source. So actually there is no really value addition in that. Or at the opposite right now, you will find 5, 7 organizations collecting the price of wheat, let's say in Dar es Salaam. And at the same time, we don't have the price of sweet potato. And what we really need is complementarity. So having a first initiative and potentially through the Global Alliance for Food Security that is starting now to make sure that we have one depository or repository with a catalog of what is going on already. And when founders come with additional money, that we target gaps and not duplication, but we are also sure that some initiatives have a lifetime in the future, because sometimes we have something in 3 months it's going to be discontinued. So really we need to navigate that. And obviously FAO that has an important role here to centralize this. Maybe FAO will not have to collect everything, but at least that we have, one place and we know, okay, WFP is collecting this in that place, but also there is a number of NGOs that are collecting information that right now is not well integrating within the UN statistical system. And so there is some dots to connect and a proper inventory work to do. But I would say that we are still in a much better place today than 10 or 15 years ago. A lot of progresses have been made, and that's why investment pay off, but we just need to continue this and act in a coordinated way to avoid wasting resources for the donors, and also this statistical fatigue that people can see and can face. And I think also, as Jose has said, to not forget that it's not just the farm level that matters. We have also other places along the value chain that we need to start to collect more information on. And that's very important for all the actors within this food system.
Thank you so much, David. That was really useful input. So I'm just going to pause now, ask Henry if we have any hands up in the room or anyone who wants to come in the room. And if anyone listening in wants to put any final questions in the chat, I'll just pause a moment.
Well, Jenna, I think you can see me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
I'm looking at my colleagues who've been engaged meaningfully throughout the day. If they're feeling a little bit short of energy, don't worry, we can soon revive them. We need some carbohydrate, a bit of glucose, a bit of IFAD nourishment, let's see. because they've been focused on what you've been saying. It's been a wonderful virtual panel, and obviously Conrad here in situ. But do we have a little supplementary, a comment or a question before I hand back to Jenna? Come on, people, show our virtual people what the three-dimensional people are made of. Let's have a look. Yes, please let us know who you are. And I think your camera is, are we on camera 2, camera 3? Is it that one there? Yes, I think it's that one.
Hello, so my name is Manon Bellon and I'm from France.
Yes, hello.
Thank you for laying the floor. I just wanted to complete this very rich discussion by a question about new kind of data. Do you see a need for new kinds of data, of data collection as well, mainly to be able to target smallholders? And I'm specifically looking at Beatrice Gakuba here. Do you have from the fields, from your network, any needs that are not targeted by those questionnaires you spoke of? Thank you.
A new kind of data or data. Jenna, let's see, Jenna, before we hand over to you and Beatrice, if we have a supplementary question, because I suspect there may be one, given the quality of contributions we've had so far today. Yes.
Yeah, my question would be, how do you organize data collection for countries where we have physical access to fields or people?
Again, sorry?
How do you organize data collection in countries where we have physical access to people or to fields?
Okay, so Jenna, and that question came from Madam Shilombo, who represents the
Congo DRC.
That's right, Congo DRC, the Office of the Presidency, no less.
Exactly, yes.
That's right. Okay, so Jenna, we have 2 questions. Back to you.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll ask Beatrice to respond to the first, and I'll ask Davis to respond to the second, seeing as how our team works across many different countries with many geographical challenges and limitations. Beatrice, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Manon, for raising that question. Yes, we do need new sets of data collection, especially when with regards to the women small-scale farmers, producers, even aggregators. Yeah, we in 2020 October we did an impact assessment on our network on the impact of COVID. To our members, and actually some of the interesting finding that we have not seen any other organization really trying to fit into their policy, we hope is coming, is that 80% of our women lost income, who are, the businesses, their business, because during the confinement and the restriction of movement, they had to stay home to take over the roles that were played by women just because they were women. They had to be teachers, because for those who are lucky to be in town to deliver their trainings online for their children. And also they didn't have any house help, because some of the house help wanted to go up country where they come from, so they can be restricted there where they could have access to food, right? So there were highlighted some, as we said earlier, I think John also said that there was just particular data that is really related to the role of the woman in the productive, or sector. Of course, focusing on agribusiness and care, but we've got to narrow down on that one. What is that that we are overlooking, and that is inhibiting women to grow their business? Because everywhere, for the last 20 years, we're talking about the informal sector, but even those in the formal, what is the profile of the young woman today? 40% of our network is made of under 35 years old. Those are the young girls who have left university, who have a degree, who have no jobs and have gone back to agriculture. They bring in knowledge, they bring in access to digitalization, which is another challenging issue. So we will need really to at least to be able also to be given resources to go into that collection of that data that is particular to women. Yeah. and when you compare to their male counterparts, that is missing. And obviously that's why we are not progressing so much, because you cannot ignore 50% of the population. You cannot ignore 80% of the people who are feeding. I give an example that is relating to my last one to this the crisis in the food, oil, and fertilizers. We have young people who came up with innovative ideas of making bread with local cereals and tubers and etc. Actually, to mitigate the shortage of wheat and everything. And we don't, we are not really going after them and saying what made them shift, what was the response. When we ask online how they came up with those innovations, they said, oh, we saw it on TV. For those who have TV, we saw it in the news and we saw also the price that was going up, and we said we have our own local cereals. Why can't we just make bread with our own local cereals, right? So those are the innovations that come to mitigate the global crisis, but we're not documenting them because we don't have resources to go and deep. What prompts this? In the lack of guidance and the use of data to prevent and to prepare the lack of preparedness for our small, medium, and small scale businesses, those shocks that they don't even understand. Right? Because no information is accessible to them. I agree with, we really need a new set of also data, and not necessarily new data, but some questionnaires. When we design questionnaires, those are particular for women. We have to pay attention to that.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you so much. So now we are running out of time, and I know even some colleagues have to depart to go back to the council meeting, which is ongoing. We had a question about organizing data collection at country level, particularly where there are maybe geographic challenges. Let's hear a minute or so from Davis on that. And actually, I'd like to, for a last word, bring in Vasco Molini on that from the 50 by 2030 initiative, given the work they're doing at country level as well. And then we'll wrap up. So over to you, Davis.
Thank you. And I think this links to the question on new sources of data. It is actually possible right now with the emergence of ICTs, communication technologies, to have new complementary sources of data really support existing statistical services. We have Earth observations data, which now from the comfort of your room, through the use of data science skills, algorithms can help you to understand, which crops are being grown where, what is the coverage, what's the amount of water, what's the rainfall patterns in that particular region. So these new complementary sources of data are really important. The second opportunity is the use of citizen-generated data. With mobile phones, those are really powerful tools. There's a lot of applications that are being developed by citizens that can help, identify crop diseases, for example. It is possible now to have frameworks for data sharing between, local communities and agriculture offices. And we've seen this in Ghana and in other places where social enterprises are creating frameworks that enable, smallholder farmers to actually share data with the Ministry of Agriculture, and for the Ministry of Agriculture to share data with smallholder farmers in a timely manner. I think what is really important in a context where there's difficulties in in collection of data is investing in infrastructure that allows for the sharing of data. And I think digital technologies can come in very handy, and the use of these emerging technologies that I'm talking about. The second one is, I would say, in a difficult context, is also partnerships between local communities and governments, because one of the things that tends to happen is you need data, somebody else has the data, they've been collecting it for a long time, but that data is not being shared. So can we start by sitting on the table, as different actors and identifying opportunities for collaboration, identifying opportunities, in terms of where the data actually is, and looking at specific indicators that can then be shared across civil society, donors, government, and others. And the last one is, of course, governments have to proactively, think about critical investments, long-term sustainable investments, in ensuring that data collection methodologies actually achieve the coverage that is actually desired. In the absence of that, you can talk about, access to data, but it's still quite difficult for many others, to achieve this. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Davis. And for the last minute or so, Vasco, we'll give you the last word,
Sure.
please.
So 50 by 30 initiative has a dedicated unit that looks at the new methodologies and tries to basically adapt new methodologies. I mean, discussion that are ongoing at the university level, and tries to simplify them and make them usable by statistical offices. I mean, the clear example is, for example, satellite images. Nowadays in conflict-affected countries, I mean, where big chunk of the country is inaccessible, using satellite images certainly represent an important solution. The problem is that often these technologies are particularly sophisticated and complicated, and the capacity at Ministry of Agriculture, Statistical Office level is not there to take advantage of these big opportunities offered by technology. So, for example, our method and tools team is developing a guideline, a manual on how to use this. And of course, that then you need also to support countries in the implementation of these guidelines. So there is a big potential, I would say, but the risk is that it remains untapped if there is no linkage between all this knowledge that is out there and the capacity to exploit it. Okay. And I think we can overcome many of the problems posed by, conflict and lack of accessibility, but also costs. I mean, satellite images can also reduce the costs of data collection, but clearly you really need to work hard on this link between what is there and how countries can take advantage of that. Over.
Thank you so much, Vasco, for rounding us out. And thank you to everyone for this incredible discussion today. This was really an incredibly rich discussion. Thanks for all your patience in going a little bit over because we started late. I won't attempt to perfectly summarize, but there are a few points that really jumped out at me. One was the emphasis on coordination, particularly for the international community, the global donor community, and not just coordination in general, but specifically to figure out how to build on what exists and fill gaps where we're missing important data and information. The second is the point about staying the course, that individual projects and piecemeal efforts are doing a disservice to the real needs at country level and in terms of global coordination. The third was one about multi-level interventions. This discussion today had mixed perspectives from the needs at the global level in terms of policy coherence and coordination and the specific needs at country level and down to the level of farmer. And we need multi-leveled interventions when it comes to supporting data systems. And lastly, the importance of dialogue and partnerships. Dialogue for validating information and finding discrepancies and settling on a common number rather than using multiple measures of the same indicator, and partnerships that allow for leveraging technology and multiple data sources and facilitating access and sharing of data. And lastly, I'll just end with one final thought, and that is, I think we've heard very much today that investments in data are spending to save. It creates efficiencies, better targeting, better information, so that we can respond to crises and implement programs and policies that will affect food systems transformation. So thanks so much to all our speakers. That was really incredible. And thank you all for your time. Back over to you, Henry.
Jenna, thank you very much for very effective and smooth chairing. And thank you to all your wonderful panelists. Please put your hands together. Fantastic panel. Hope you can hear it and feel it out there looking at you. That was wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. And Jenna rounded off her session so effectively. I mean, many of the points that she raised for data were just as pertinent to the sessions we've had this morning onwards, from the scene setting keynote by Excellency Mukishimana from Rwanda. And then, of course, we've got the CGIAR keynote from Dr. Sadov. And then finding out about the food systems hub from the UN. That's from Dr. Fotiu, should I say. And I'm really, really pleased with the breadth and the variety of what we've done today, particularly with that opening panel with the 3 country conveners from Yemen, Cambodia, and Colombia. And yeah, that energy was taken on into the breakout rooms. And I thought people came back and fed back very effectively. And I'm delighted that we had our panel, which was able to digest and distill what was discussed there and synthesize to leave us with some tangibles, which is excellent. And then, of course, we went to data. So I'm not going to go through everything. I thought before I look ahead to tomorrow that I would be remiss if I didn't pivot back to a gentleman who has helped in a variety of ways in preparing this event today, and of course doing the white paper and the stock taking exercise, Dr. Jim Woodhill, who is a special advisor to the GDPRD. I think most of you know him. I was wondering, Jim, given that you were quite instrumental with Mauricio and the team in conceiving of this, how do you feel we've done today? Because remember what we wanted to get to. We wanted to make some genuine, tangible progress, because let's remember the overarching theme here: supporting national food systems, transformation, pathways. It's about donor effectiveness and coordination at country level in times of crisis. And God knows we're going through crises around the world at the moment. How have we done?
Wow. I mean, I think we've done fantastically. I mean, it's really been very, very interesting to hear all of the different perspectives today, but I think super valuable to hear the country perspectives.
Yes.
And I think the underlying message from today is that these national country pathways are critically important. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's been much doubt left around that. And I think the thing that I've found super encouraging is to hear that there is actually progress. Things are happening there. So I think some of us might have wondered, we had the Food System Summit last year. Is stuff happening? And I think from all of the countries we've heard from today, yes, it is definitely happening. And I think countries are seeing it as important. And I think a really interesting part of that is this sense that the whole food systems framing really is somewhat of a different paradigm. And it challenges us in all sorts of different ways. It puts extra pressure on the coordination issue, but it really is shifting things in a different way. And I think it was really interesting to hear from a number of the countries how these national pathways are being integrated into real cross-ministry work, getting leadership from the top levels of the countries. I think one of the really important things that we're hearing as well is these pathways aren't about pieces of paper. I think they're about a process. They're about bringing people together over and again, discussing issues, getting to the hub of the detail of it. And I think in this last session just now, talking about the data, if we don't have the data, we don't know what the issues are. Yeah. If we don't have the data, we don't know what progress we're making. And if we don't have the data, we can't explain to people what the longer term consequences of not taking action will be. I think we've also heard a whole range of different leverage points, if you like, that are really important in taking the national pathways forward. And I'm not going to try to go over those again, but as the GDPRD, we've been writing a whole list of those things. I think it does all of this put tremendous expectations back on the donor community. Yep. So there's a lot of thinking that needs to go on there. Of course, we're living in a rather difficult world at the moment, as we all know. But I think that means that actually coordination, getting people together, working on these challenges in an integrated and coordinated way is as important as ever, despite the difficulties. And I think giving each other encouragement. I mean, it's really exciting to hear what is going on despite all the difficulties in the world. So I think we should go away encouraged, but realizing there's still a big job ahead of us.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jim. Come on. Thank you very much, Jim. Wonderful. So to continue with my athletics metaphor, we've gone through that difficult third lap. We're now down the home straight. The arms have got to go up. The knees have got to go high. So we keep going because tomorrow is going to be just as exciting. We're going to be back here in time for 9 o'clock. Well, you can have coffee at 8:30 if you're feeling strong and you manage to avoid all the temptations of Trastevere and all these beautiful parts of Rome when you hang out this evening. Beautiful temperatures outside, 31, 32 degrees. My God, they call Rome the eternal city. Isn't it great to be here? Now, also, so tomorrow morning, this is something that was hinted at earlier on in one of the sessions. Land responsible land-based investing, especially when there are tensions on the ground. We all talk about, and sometimes we glorify the indigenous communities, but sometimes people pay lip service to them. We say they're custodians of the knowledge, but when it comes to push, they're the first ones out. Their voice is often ignored. So tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock, we've got a nice big session, responsible land-based investing as strategy to mitigate harms of new food crisis. So we've got a panel there and we'll have Q&A and hopefully lots of good engagement there. Really, really important topic. We actually discussed that in the FAO World Forestry Congress in Seoul a few weeks ago. Very important there. And then this is also critical, and we've done a lot of preparation for this next one. At 11, rural youth employment. Didn't we say today, we've got to persuade the youth, who are often the engines of dynamism, that there is a future, not just a fallback option to staying in rural areas, but there are real opportunities and they can be the catalyst for so much transformation. So at 11, rural youth employment and food systems transformation in times of multiple crises. And then at 1, and please stay for this, a special high-level session, building consensus and coordination on current global crisis response. We've got a big, strong panel there as well, including, and 1 or 2 to be confirmed, but we're going to have a high-level speaker from USAID, I think possibly Jim Barnard, I think he's going to be with us. Fantastic. And then Beth Dunford, Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development, the African Development Bank, who've just had their annual meetings in the Ghana capital, Accra. You don't say Accra, Accra, with a longer Accra, I will say, okay. Otherwise the Ghanaians they'll finish me off. And then we've also got Sebastian Lesch, Head of Division, Sustainable Agricultural Supply Chains at the BMZ, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and Dr. David Nabarro, UN Global Crisis Group Food Workstream Co-Lead and Strategic Director of 4SD. We've got a good 7 or so panelists there, but there's some of them. So I hope you will grace us with your presence tomorrow. Whatever you get up to this evening, make it clean and sustainable. And be IFAD compliant when you come back tomorrow morning. In the meantime, though, I say God bless you and have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much indeed.